cups run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Without giving a warning, I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Every time
Let's go, gamers. We are back for the finals of the Winter Split Titan Esports Immortal League. We got two powerhouse Titans going at it tonight for a best of 5 series. My name is Goose, and I am joined by none other than the legendary Anti and Cilantro for this final series for Dorado Gaming Alpha versus Omega Mario Kart 7. And before we kind of get into breaking down what we are about to get into, I think let's just take a second. It's been an incredible, I think, 8 or 9 weeks of just teams really battling it out in what is essentially the peak performance of Titan Esports, right? These are the best players in this actual Titan Esports League. So let's just take a minute to show them all their respects. And not only are we going to talk about that, but first we're going to start by talking about the best of the best with the Immortal League All-Stars that we have going on here. We have these first team and the second team All-Stars that we're going to show on the screen. And on that first team, we got definitely members from the teams that we're going to be playing in tonight. Cilantro, and I'm going to start with you, Cilantro. Can you talk about some of these players on the first team, right? We got King Conan, we got Laundry, we got Blue. I guess we got King Conan, we got Blue Shell, we got Bondi coming in for Akuza, and we got some Khan on the Muzi, right? On that, have you had the privilege of casting any of these incredible players that have made it to the first team? And of course, we don't want to. We want to also show love to our season MVP, Omega Mario Kart 7 Laundry, now known as King Coney, to the 5th power. But shout out to that top. I don't know if he's top laner jungler. Shout out to the jungler as well. But just looking at this list of the first team, Cilantro, who really stands out to you in terms of making an impact for their team? I know it might be easy to kind of lean into the MVP, but outside of that MVP performance, right? Who really stood out to you this season from this first team that really kind of made an impact on their team?
For starters, looking at both these teams, there's a little bit less King Conies than I remembered on the namings list here. But yeah, taking a look at the first team, I'm really shocked to see that Blue Shell takes it over the mid King Coney on Mario Kart 7. Both have been putting out a wonderful performance across the league. And when these two teams went at it before, it was definitely came down to both of these players making a difference in those matchups. So, and Dorado Gaming, I've had the pleasure of casting them across many different amateur leagues. So I'm not surprised to see many names out of this Dorado team on both of these teams. In the bot side, definitely the ADC of AKM was the star shine of the team. So I'm not too surprised to see them coming out there. And then Muzi, I think we only ended up casting one con game, but that they definitely are support worth noting and for that first team. So I think all of these players definitely deserve it. And I'm excited to see this finals matchup. Maybe, this Doga team feels like they belong on that first team, and maybe we'll get an upset tonight.
And also that second team coming in with pretty much names only that are going to be playing today from Mario Kart 7 and from Dorado Gaming Alpha. And if you're out there watching, you can maybe end up with your name on this list, but you're going to need to practice. You're going to need to practice to get up to these levels. And that means that you're going to have to play some solo queue. And luckily for you, that if you play solo queue in Titan Esports, we got a reward for you. So if you join that solo queue ladder that is sponsored by none other than Camp Eno, shameless plug, sponsored by none other than Camp Eno, if you do that solo queue ladder, you have the chance of winning a custom engraved Challenger hoodie that'll come delivered straight to you with your summoner name on there, as well as a Titan logo as well. And it'll say solo queue champion. So all you had to do was climb that solo queue ladder. It is now closed for Immortal, but if you're in Divinity, Conqueror, or you're in Vanquisher, you still have an opportunity to climb. And if you've climbed the furthest this season, then you will be crowned the Titan Esports Solo Queue Winter Split Champion for your division. All right, now let's get into some of these teams, these breakdowns. So, Anti, we casted Omega Mario Kart 7. It was a 3-0 versus a team that played last week, whose name I'm actually forgetting, and no shade to them, but right now we're not talking about them. So, Mario Kart 7, they're coming in still undefeated. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm told that we're not allowed to have any jokes, Anti. Cilantro.
Oh, no. No. But like, I mean, all things considered, right? Omega Mario Kart 7 came into this entire league, right? Hit the ground running, have not dropped a single game as the entirety of the season has gone on. I mean, Iceborne showed some really great stuff the last time that, they fought against Omega Mario Kart 7 in these playoffs here. There are some times where we thought, hey, they might actually lose. Like, Omega Mario Kart 7 might not just drop a game, might actually drop the series. It was a continuous thing where they would get slightly behind in the laning phase in terms of the kills, in terms of the CS, right? And then you would look at the objectives and be like, oh, well, they got 6 Void Grubs again. Oh, well, they got like 10 Tower Plates. Oh, well, yeah, we're down like 5 kills, but we're up 2k gold. And you realize this is how the team wins, right? They play around the objectives, they play around their win condition, they get to those mid games, and you realize that they have that same formulaic strategy every time where they say, hey, you know what? Let's just draft some hard engage, let's hit R, and let's just use our hands. It's very simple, it's hard to mess up, and it's very consistent. And that's the reason why this team's at the start of the league and at the top of the league.
Absolutely. You even said, I think, as you were casting at the beginning of the first game of that series last week, you said that Omega Mario Kart 7 just drafts kind of really like predictable comps. You kind of know what they want to do. And you even said they just kind of want to have a composition that presses R. And so there's some wacky things in there. They might throw the jacks in there. They might throw some other things that like might not be those like ultimate base champions. But I definitely saw a lot of which.
Oh, we're dropping out.
Goose, we lost you. We have no audio.
Goose's audio real quick. Unfortunate.
Goose, we can't hear you. Goose.
All right, but I mean, either way, as I'm sure Goose wants to say, right? There's just so much that Omega Mario Kart 7 as a team just excels with, right? And it's just absolutely incredible to see just how strong that the team has gone. Oh no, we lost Goose entirely. That's a tragedy to say the least here. But Omega Mario Kart 7 going into this, definitely the favorites, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Doga, second seed coming into this. We kind of anticipated seeing this matchup. And Cilantro, you actually said right before the cast started that you actually would be surprised to see a 3-0 from Omega Mario Kart 7, our completely undefeated team. So that's a little bit controversial of a statement. Can you run us down as to why that works?
I don't think it's happening. I think that, I have a lot of faith in Dorado as an organization as a whole. I've casted their teams across many different leagues, and they perform exceptional in a majority of those leagues. And I don't feel like this team is going to be the exception to that. I feel like they're going to come out swinging, and we're going to see some surprises here from this Dorado gaming team. And yeah, like I said, I don't think it'll be an entire 3-0. I think that Dorado is at least going to go down swinging, but who knows? Mario Kart 7, you could heed my words and decide to just absolute rage bait me and take all 3 maps. Do that. That's fine with me. But I think that Dorado is going to fight back. I mean, dog is in their name for a reason, so we're going to prove that their bite is a lot harder than their bark.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, we got a Goose back.
Yeah, I got that dog in me too, yo. Ain't no internet analogy gonna take me out. But it sounds like you were talking about that you think actually there might be a little bit of an upset coming up, Cilantro. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if Dorado doesn't take it, they're at least taking 1 or 2. They're at least going down with a fight if they don't take the whole thing.
Okay, so Anti, what are you feeling? Like I know you were just talking about how they like just kind of come back in that mid game. So
like that's the thing, right? So Omega Mario Kart 7, very, very strong with their mid-game team fights, their overall macro, right? Dorado Gaming, Doga tends to be a little bit more laning focused, right? I mean, that's also one of the reasons why we saw Blue Shell above, the mid King Coney on Omega Mario Kart 7 versus Doga, like for the, the top 1 team there, right? Because it's more about the laning when it comes to Doga, right? From what I remember, their top laner isn't quite as strong as, King Coney on Omega Mario Kart 7, but, that's also for a large amount of the team. Actually, no, I think I'm thinking of a different team entirely. But for a large amount of Doga, a lot of them tend to really excel with the laning, with, the early games, and trying to transition that into a lead is where we're going to see the most sort of contention, right? Where it's like, hey, we had the lead in lanes, let's see what we can do with it. Meanwhile, Mega Mario Kart 7 is like, hey, we're behind again. don't worry about it. We're chilling. We'll just get back into this. So it's all about getting that first win in, getting that mental under control here. And that's the biggest thing that concerns me about Mega Mario Kart 7. This team has not lost yet. You don't really know how strong a team's mental is until they lose that first one, right? So, how well do you bounce back from a loss? Every other team in the league's had a taste of it. Omega Mario Kart 7, if they get handed that first game loss, who knows how things work out.
Well, let's go. I definitely feel that. And actually, you even mentioned their top laner might not be as strong, but I think a lot of Dorado Gaming Alpha's strength does come from like their bottom side of the map, in terms of like Blue Shell or Kiona and New Earth. And just to kind of speak to like what you were talking about in terms of like they're definitely more of that laning phase. Between, I believe, their mid laner and their ADC, they have the most first blood kills. If you had any other duo in the league, they have the most first blood kills with 7. And so like Kiona's coming in with 4 first bloods, and New Earth is coming in with, I believe, 3, which puts them at 2 and 4 respectively. So they're definitely more aggressive in that early game and getting that lead. But I don't think that that's going to pay off for them. And I'm going to tell you why, because this is my prediction. And I'm going to say that I actually have the secret sauce right behind me on how to beat Omega Mario Kart 7. It's top secret right here, as you can see. We're not going to unveil that just yet, but we do have the prediction going on. And I think that we're going to have a little bit of Dorado Gaming is going to be... Dorado Gaming is going to win this one right now. I just want you all to know that. And here's my theory on why. And I think they had the big brain play of, when you play Mario Kart, that when you're in first place, you're sitting pretty, right? You're coasting. You have like a nice little lead, and then those Mario Kart mechanics come into play, and you're getting bananas, and you're getting all these other like weird items that like don't really serve you that well. But if you're not in first place and you're in last place, and technically there's only 2 teams left, so if you're not in first, you're in last right now.
Ricky Bobby,
you're in last, right? And so what do you get in Mario Kart when you're in last place? None other than Blue Shell, right there. All right, so I think Blue Shell is the key to winning this game. Blue Shell is coming in, surprisingly, with the second most damage per minute in this game, in the league. So Blue Shell does the second most damage per minute. They're 3rd in CS per minute, and they're 4th in gold per minute. So Blue Shell has proven that they can go the distance and really take their team over the edge. And right now, they're sitting in last place. And I think right now, what they want to do is they don't actually want to win the early game. They want to like lull Omega Mario Kart into this like little sleep, think they're going to get ahead, and then boom, out of nowhere, hit them with Blue Shell, get them some kind of crazy pick, like take the Azir out of their hands, take any of those other like powerful mid-game mages that are currently going on, and Blue Shell is going to be the key to winning. And I think Dorado takes this 3-2 without a doubt.
God, you make us want to work so late tonight, Goose.
Well, I mean, as far as predictions go, I'm guessing that'll be, Goose with a 3-2. Cilantro, what are you picking here?
You make a valid point, Anti. I think if Dorado can take first map, we're going to have a 3-1 Dorado. I think that Mario Kart will crumble after losing a map.
All right, so I am going to go with the controversial pick and continue with the clean sweep 3-0 Omega Mario Kart 7. So... we've got 2 for Dorado, 1 for Omega Mario Kart 7. We'll see how things do work out, but we got a few more minutes of vamp here.
Well, then let's talk a little bit exactly how I think that let's talk about actually the technical part of like we're talking about the strengths of a Mario Kart 7, where it really is where their mid game comes alive and their team play comes alive. And typically the way to beat the team play is to be able to split them up as a team, right? You don't want Omega Mario Kart together in that kind of way. And so like you might like put to the split push, right? Either the 1-3-1 or the 4-1, and you're already kind of saying that their top laner isn't as strong. So what options does Dorado actually have here in terms of being able to like kind of outside of like maybe like starting a rumor? How do they like disrupt the like power of friendship that Omega Mario Kart 7 is coming in here with, right? What can they do to really disrupt this like well-oiled machine that is firing on cylinders, right? You're talking about maybe if they get that one loss, they can like disrupt their mental, right? But they have to get that first loss first. And so we're thinking one game at a time. What can actually Dorado do in draft, in like the strategy. What is their coach kind of like putting in their head? I don't know who is still over there. Maybe it's Chelsea, maybe it's Zol, whatever. The whole team, the whole organization is watching right now. What do they need to tell them in chat? Outside of spamming that like Dorado winning kind of, what is it, the car thing that they spam, right? Outside of doing that, what can they do to actually disrupt the market Mario Kart today?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right, there's a decent bit of cooking that we've seen going on the side of Doga before. They actually lost their last regular season game after first pick blue side first picking Gwen, and then not utilizing the flex and putting the Gwen into the jungle. It was a weird comp to say the least, but you know, it still worked out really well. The Gwen did. Everything else fell apart. So what that tells me at the very least is Dorado's willing to cook, right? You know, we might be seeing something crazy like the Gwen jungle come back. We might be seeing something like the Shen, like the Rek'Sai top, right? You know, there's so many picks that are available that will allow you to drag people over to a side lane. But the question is, you know, is Dorado ready for it, right? Do they have those prepared?
Yeah, I'm thinking that they do. And I think that one stat that I want to leave us with is that they are pretty neck and neck in terms of team stats, in terms of like, if you look at the stats and you're going down all of them, vision, score, first bloods, KDA, they're pretty much 1 and 2 in all of those categories. So like it is a little switch, but like Dorado is either 1 or Mega Mario Kart 1, and then the other one's the other one. However, the one that stands out that is a significant difference is their vision per minute. And so just the amount of vision and awareness they can have to kind of know where they're going to be at as a team, and know that if a Mega Mario Kart 7 is actually rolling as a squad, right? If you know where one of them is, then you probably know where the rest of their team is. They're not far behind, right? They travel in packs, right? They're playing actually tag team racing. They're not doing solos. They're playing 350cc all together as a team. They're making ally unionship. So like if you can see where maybe their jungler is, you can probably bet that their top laner and their mid laner is not so far behind. I think that is going to be the difference. If they can keep up that vision, I think, and really have a good idea and predict where this like rolling ball of a team is going to go, then I think that might be, and then be the actual winning part. And I think vision is going to be the winning key. And speaking of vision, another little shameless promo, I envision you at summer camp this August. I'm actually the founder of Camp Eno, which is a summer camp where we teach 9 to 17-year-olds how to do programming, technology, filmmaking, photography. We also play all kinds of sports games and things like that. And we're also going to be bringing esports to the woods. So if you are interested in that, definitely check out that link in partners. It's going to be www.campeno.com. Eno is spelled INNO.com. And if you have any questions, send me a DM. I actually am in the Titan Discord server. You can see my name. It's golden. I've already been here. So I know the champion, how a championship feels. And so like, you can definitely send me a DM if you have thoughts. But we have 25 seconds before we get into the final round of the Winter Split Titan Esports Immortal League Championship Series versus Omega Mario Kart 7 and Dorado Gaming Alpha, where the Titan undefeated will try to retain their throne and get the clean sweep through the whole season. Or will the dogs come out, and will they bark enough to be able to turn over and get this upset? Don't go anywhere. Draft is starting in just a second. Oh, thank you, Anti Cilantro.
All right. Here we are. Here we are in the finals. Doga versus Omega Mario Kart 7. Omega Mario Kart 7 starting things off on the red side here. Interesting choice. Honestly, Cilantro, I do wonder whether or not blue side or red side is honestly the play nowadays, because there's so many different strategies between these teams, right?
We did see the stats earlier in the good old lobby screen before we went live with the analyst desk that blue side had a higher win percentage than red side. And as you know from last Worlds, blue side had an 80% win rate. So it is obviously the superior side at the moment.
There's a reason for that, though. There's a reason. When
Doga
blue side is given to the higher seed, of course they're going to have a higher win rate at Worlds.
I mean, it also would have a higher win rate currently because Smolder was just absolutely broken, and you go blue side and first pick Smolder, so you just win the game. But Smolder has been nerfed. And we're on
exactly why we bring this up here, though, right? Because Smolder got nerfed into the ground, so you don't have any more of those, hey, you have to pick this character on D1. Except for Talia. Talia's one of those characters that I was about to say is very, very high value, right? You know, can be flexed into the jungle, does really well mid, pairs well with things like Volibear, and Zeri comes back, galing ng Filipino, iwaga, iwai.
You know,
oh my lord.
I'm happy Smolder's nerf, but I don't know I'm happy that this champion is back.
I love me some Zeri. I feel like, I mean, like, it's my culture, right? I have to love me some Zeri. But either way, the Varus gonna come on down. It's a very classic bot lane picks, right? You know, nothing too crazy here, right? I mean, only so much you can do.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see the Graves, right? Now, that means it's likely the Talia mid.
Oh, yeah.
Let me put you on something, though. We saw this just the other day in the Vanquisher League, where it was the Graves mid lane picked up here. So I'm wondering if Blue Shell actually has that, you know, under his belt, right? As we said earlier, right? Doga does do a lot of cooking. So, you know, this is still a possibility. We could also see the Graves top make a comeback. But, I mean, into Ahri, I feel like Ahri Talia is just going to be very cut and dry, straightforward, right? And Jimothy's Graves has been something that we've seen time and time again. Very, very disgusting champion to have to play against.
This could be a Graves top. That was a thing before. I think it was like season 12. Graves top was a thing. But I doubt that that's coming out. I think we're just sticking straight to cookie cutter business for now. Doga looking to just come take map number 1. No funny business until map number 2. And they've secured a lead of some sort. I think that's where we're going to be playing in the minds of both these teams, as we have a nice, good old Ahri Nautilus response. Nautilus just going to keep that Zeri, who is extremely weak in the laning phase. And the Volibear will be coming out. So this could be flex topside. It's not solidified a jungle pick yet.
I love the fact that they picked it on R4 here, which means that on R5 you still have a chance to, you know, put that Volibear in the top lane. It's very likely not going top lane. Omega Mario Kart 7 have put this Volibear into the jungle time and time again, but it means you can't just blind pick like Irelia or Camille, right? Okay, well, I just said you should not be able to blind pick Camille, but if you want to, Omega Mario Kart 7 have a beautiful counter pick in that top lane. Just throw the Volibear up there, take some kind of random jungler, and instead we're getting the Scion. Okay, so we're getting mega tanks here. And now, since Divine Sunderer is gone, Camille no longer has the easy, oh yeah, you know, I finished this item and I just destroy tanks overall. It's more of just, hey, I have Sundering Sky, and like I heal forever, you're never gonna kill me. But also, she's not going to be able to threaten Scion in the same way she used to be able to. And we blinked for a second. Omega Mario Kart 7 have come to us with yet another one of those hit R compositions.
Our lovely producer obviously can see the game before we can, and is most likely spoiled it for us here. But I was going to say that there's a world where that Scion can be in the jungle, because I've seen a couple of teams play Scion jungle before. But, you know, Chris has all the answers before we even get started. So that will be the Scion in the top side against the Camille, a matchup I'm kind of looking forward to. Early on, Camille should have the advantage with her passive shield and the true damage proc. Later on, though, Scion might be able to pull ahead, but who knows? We will not be able to tell until we get out into the Rift. And I'm looking at both of these junglers. We talked about Jimothy a little bit, as well as our MVP of the season, King Tony jungle. Do you think that the Graves is going to heavily invade this Volibear?
Honestly, it's Graves, right?
Yes,
you know, Graves' number one thing is, okay, wait, hold on.
That's what you do on Leona, yes.
I mean, that is honestly an interesting start here, because usually we're used to seeing the Nautilus being the one to walk up first, but the Varus just has so much stronger early damage that Leona walking up and getting that early Q means that, you know, you have a large amount of chunks off of King Coney on this Nautilus, and you just get so much more control here. of this laning phase. No longer do you have to worry about the level 2 power spike, especially because it's Zeri, right? What are you going to do at level 2? Get a little bit of extra AoE on your autos, you get that extra W damage here, but it's just not nearly as strong as a champion. You have to wait for level 6 of Zeri in comparison to how much stronger Varus gets at level 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's why I agree with the Nautilus pick. It's the best way to keep this Zeri alive for as long as possible. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Cull coming in off of the first back for the Zeri as well. Help them get a little bit extra gold as they're going to struggle in the CS department up against this Vars. Right now, in the top side, we're going to see Rocket going up against King Coney top. King Coney top been an absolute playmaker for his team before and time again. And as we saw a couple of weeks ago, Rocket really was not that playmaker for Dorado and was an extreme weak side for them. And maybe Mario Kart 7 have studied up and have realized that weak side and are looking to exploit it. Or maybe they just believe that King Coney top, the one and true King Coney, will be able to just solo bolo diff in the lane and instead focus on prioritizing towards that bot side. As we see, King Coney jungle is going to be moving down to that scuttle crab, will be spotted on the ward. Oh, actually flashes over the
push. My God.
Is not going to get spotted yet. Will be spotted on the ward now. Stun's going to be coming up from the Nautilus. Ignite's going to be committed though onto the Zeri. Force the flash away. The flash pointed arrow is going to be able to pick up first blood for Kiona in this bot side, but it should be traded out. It's going to be King Coney jungle picking up the kill into that 80 carry. And now it's just the CC abundance. A flash forward out of Jimothy looking to pick up a solid kill, but the block is just there. Only going to be able to find a kill on his counterpart. The enemy, the Gromp is still up, so can go for a little bit of a jungle invade if he does choose to. The charm's gonna land, so not gonna be able to get that rock slide knock up. But will the empowered rocks be able to get it? No, the wave dodges, but the auto on a blue shell, proving why he's on the first team and not the second team.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out just as noted in our pregame, right? Where Kiona, oh my God, hell, hold on, maybe I guess it's not working out how we noted in the pregame.
Okay.
Where, King Coney was usually the one to come out on top on these. I mean, Rocket, definitely not a bad player by any means and definitely going to work out over here. But, I mean, as we noted early, right? Kiona and Blue Shell, two of the players that have the highest first blood rates in the entire league. Meanwhile, Jimothy, very, very strong on that grades in the right place at the right time here. But, I mean, Varus, Leona just does so well in that 2v2, and they're going to utilize that incredibly powerful early game fights here. Meanwhile, mid Coney gonna struggle a little bit into Blue Shell. I mean, it's a counter to not just mid Coney, but the entire team. And look at Jimothy.
Jimothy coming in. The flash is available on the Ahri though. Charm's gonna end up landing onto the jungle. The flash forward of the Qs, but it's not nearly enough damage just yet. Gotta be careful because jungle Coney is lurking around as well. Knows that they want to go for those void grubblings. And that's Blue Shell, half HP, might not opt for this, could TP back though as the wave is shoving out and is forcing a recall out of mid Coney. So they're going to lose a little bit on wave advantages there. And it will be Jimothy soloing up those void grubs. Meanwhile, on the top side, passive shield's going to be procced up from Rocket, looking to get those true damage on lines. Going to be careful though, because does have a level advantage. Do they decide to proc the ultimate? They do. And do they have the damage though? Knockup's going to be able to come down. It's got to be careful though, because you might win out the 1v1, but Sion has that ungodly passive that you have to be careful of. Gotta stop eating these knockups if you are Rocket, but it's just going to keep that wave under the Sion's tower and try to force back as much pressure as possible. We have a little bit of a nuisance as Blue Shell coming down with that Weaver's Wall, maybe looking for something. Gotta be careful though, because King Coney ADC can go over walls, even though the flash is not online.
I mean, honestly, the big question here, right, is how these fights are going to actually play out. Right, the early game, we anticipated Dogo was going to pull ahead here, right? In the meantime, we've got pretty much the entirety of Omega Mario Kart 7 falling behind, but they're still far from out of it, right? Until we start seeing things like those void grubs pop up, the dragon start getting taken here. It's not really anything too crazy as Omega Mario Kart 7 are looking to just, trade the objectives, get their win condition underway, get their Scion to the unkillable point. It's already getting to a point where Rocket is struggling to actually kill Top Coney, right? But either way, that is a long sword in that Scion. Okay, hold on. I all of a sudden do not know what the plan is here for the Scion.
Expecting a gank though. It's going to be able to dodge up the knock up the elemental shield. Most likely not going to be enough. And now the Rocket torture has begun. We were just hyping their praises, but they have overextended a little bit, and that might be Mario Kart 7's advantage to start abusing that angle that has now opened up. First Dragon will be picked up. It's a great stun out in the mid lane coming from Blue Shell. Does they have enough damage, though? Will be Jimothy coming in. The return counter gank is there, but the Dorado damage misses. The Ariel comes down, chasing with Weavers. While you have the movement speed, Blue Shell? Yes, you do, but you have to turn and help your jungler. And the health bar advantages are there for the side of Mario Kart 7, but they're opting to not engage in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, we just see so much play from Blue Shell, just continually pulling out these leads, continually getting these good trades off, and it's paying out in dividends here. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's Zeri Nautilus. Nothing too crazy is going to be going on here. Zeri always going to be a threat no matter how bad the early game is. I mean, I know you have choice words about Zeri as a champion, Cilantro, but, that's just the strength of the champion, right? I love this champ here. She's always going to be at a point where she's relevant as long as you're good enough to play her. And as we've seen time and time again, Mega Mario Kart 7 work out so well as a team, so this should work out just fine. Meanwhile, top lane, still a little bit of a noodle fight.
Like, why do we have to play Zeri, man? Can't we have, like, something fun? Like, make Nila meta or something. Like, change it up a bit. It's like every other season, it's a hard Zeri meta, it feels like. Chains of Corruption going to be coming down. The Zerial's committed, and then Dredgeland's going to be able to land onto the 80 carry. So they're able to stun up Kiona and slay them. The tower's going to get disabled. Going forward is Jungle Coney putting that presence off to get that 80 carry, a kill into their pocket. The Vampiric Scepter will be picked up in base for Kiona. But with a CS lead now, that Cole online, and a kill in your pocket, you're starting to come away with the lane advantage if you are Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Zeri needed there. It's so easy to set up the ganks with the Nautilus. Right? You play it safe, you play controlled here, and then once your Volibear comes down into bot lane, you can just dive. That's how it always works out. The dives are so free with this champion on board. Also being able to take it away from the Talia on Doga is going to make sure that it works out just fine here. But either way, we're gonna have to see just how things work out. So I said before, right, Omega Mario Kart 7 usually is the team that picks up 6 Void Grubs. Now Dorado is the team that's going to be the one picking up those 6 Void Grubs, and we've seen just how much gold that means for the teams once they actually get underway, right? Scion is going to struggle quite a bit here, and speaking of struggle,
the Church Line is going to end up missing, but so do all of the flares. The flashes are getting tossed left, right, and center, and so are the rocks. They're going to get at least one for their troubles onto King Coney support, but not going to be able to find the kill onto mid Coney. Bosco's going to be taken from Jungle Coney. He's going to be able to get out in the nick of time there. I just got to say, Anti, you're talking about those Void Grubs in Mario Kart 7, opting for those in the early game. It feels like Doga read their draft and read their objectives like a book, because I mean, Scion benefits greatly from having those Void Grubs. Volibear benefits greatly from having those Void Grubs.
My god,
Zay is an ADC. This is just Camille True Damage at its finest, as you can tell. And so like those are two champions that highly benefit from having these Void Grublings, and Doga just went in and said, no, you're not allowed to have any of them, and that kind of definitely diminishes the macro that Mario Kart 7 was opting to aim for with this composition.
Yeah, meanwhile, look at the top lane, the Camille, a fully completed Triforce, there's just so little that this Scion has been able to do here. Is that Eclipse Scion?
Could be.
So I think traditionally, right, the way how the matchup goes is Camille does pretty nice early until Scion gets a little bit of health under his belt, and then all of a sudden it's basically impossible to kill the Scion. If you decide to fight fire with fire and fight AD with more AD, I'm not sure if it quite works out in the same way. As far as I'm concerned, right, you know, as long as we use our very handy-dandy results-based thinking, it sucks. It's bad. It's terrible. You know, 12 minutes in, 2 deaths, 1 kill. Obviously bad. Never do this.
Well, I feel like they don't really have much of a choice as, oh no, Jungle Coney might not have much of a choice here, but the flail's actually going to end up missing. And the knockup though into the rock slide, the solar flare goes wide as the unstoppable is going to come out, but the chains are going to land. They're funneling kills into their first team mid laner of Blue Shell. You know, Goose talked about it on the desk. When you're in first place in Mario Kart, a Blue Shell comes out to stop you, and oh my god, are they putting on a clinic right now, looking for some sort of bot side gank. The Flail's going to end up missing out of New North once again. They maybe want to look for some sort of tower dive, but I got to be careful because the tiding is 100% there for this Zeri. But yeah, this is a 1-to-1 matchup, and I'm loving that Dorado is coming out on top so far. And the ultimate comes out too. Again, you can't escape. You cannot, but the charm. Oh no, you might have saved your top laner. No, it's going to be a flash coming out of Rocket. The passive is there. Will he casually 2v1 maybe? Oh, the elemental shield. It's insane. He dodges the charm. 1 stun dash on coming online. Blue Shell's TPing in. Has the Weaver's Wall. Do they decide to go for it? The autos are going to land. He gets the trade off and saves his top laner. This is absolutely insane. And Timothy gets 2 in the bot side. It's Doga crumbling this Mario Kart team.
Yeah, I mean, look at this bot lane fight here. Zeri has the ultimate running, but no amount of mood speed is going to get you away from that collateral damage from Jimothy's Graves. I mean, the number one thing that Dorado could do in order to get back into control is start cooking a little bit, and man, I don't know what it is that they're cooking, but it has been working out phenomenally. Meanwhile, King Coney in that jungle just gonna take a munch out of that one. Big shutdown, a 5-kill shutdown onto this Volibear here, but you really don't want that on the Volibear. He's the one champion on this team that does not really scale. If you had that on Scion, on Ahri, on Zeri, any of those champions getting accelerated would be doing just fine here, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers when you're down a decent chunk of gold less than 20 minutes in. You want to be able to pick up as much as you can here while, you know, King Coney in that top lane is going to struggle a lot, but fully finish Eclipse at least puts you on the board somewhere.
Yeah, and can we get a little bit of a gold chat? Hold on, we can hold off on that as the chains are going to come down to the Zeri. The autos are there, the flash shows the trench line! Kiyono making plays on the bot side too! That momentum across the rest of the map is making its way to the bot side. Oliver is going to come down, it's going to go stun up. Carlos got to be careful because the flash stun is going to be coming out. I don't think that the CC is there to save your AD carry, but that Ahri has to charm, go over the wall. King Coney support used an ultimate, King Coney jungle used an ultimate, and King Coney mid used an ultimate there to kill 2 bot laners that didn't even have a shutdown. But yeah, we're going to take a look over here at the gold. That shutdown on the Talia does put Jungle Coney a little bit ahead in terms of gold. They did also just pick up a kill, so we got to factor that in. But they do get a little bit ahead in terms of gold against the counterpart in Jimothy, even though the CS lead and 3 kills are there. So that's going to help the Volibear in terms of getting back in against their jungle counterpart. But like you said, oh no, collateral damage is online.
Wait.
He gets at least 1 trade up. The unstop comes down with the tower shots. No, it does get traded out, but at least Rocket did pick up the kill, I guess. And the wave was under the tower, so Zion will lose a lot there. So the stun knockup's going to come down. These flails need to start landing, I'm just saying. But holy, a pointed arrow from max range is going to get a shutdown into the pocket of Avaris, who already has Bork online. This Doga team, they are feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just trades back and forth across the map, so much scrapping. And you look at the gold difference, right? It's like 2k gold, less than 2k. You know, once this tower goes down, things will change up a little bit, but you definitely cannot be sleeping on Omega Mario Kart 7 here. Starting up a fight, getting those R buttons in.
End up missing. Chains Corruption goes wide, but Kiona gets one for their troubles. The tower ends up falling, and they're pushing forward onto the Zerius. The Camille's able to pick up that one. The Ori ultimate comes out, but it's not really much of anything but a kiter at this point into the game. It's a 3v5 into the mid lane. We have about a minute until the next dragon spawns online. Gotta be a little bit careful there, Rocket. I know you're far ahead, but that could be a 2v1 that you don't want to fight. And now it's just going to be shove, wave central, and wait for this next dragon to come online.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's just going to be returning back to a quick lull state. I mean, we've had so many fights back to back to back. 17 minutes into the game, far past 17 kills here, and looking to make it even more than 25, looking to get a 26 on the board. And
Oh no.
okay, you know what? Maybe Eclipse was real. Maybe Eclipse is actually broken.
Ghost comes out. I mean, I was gonna say anti. Oh, he's tower diving this. Oh, that could have been bad.
No,
But I was
Eclipse
gonna
bad.
say-
Never
I was
mind.
gonna- no, I was gonna say anti. You know, you were mentioning how do you beat AD? Is it you fight? You just stack more AD yourself, and you're kind of saying that might not be the angle there for the Scion. But I'm thinking like, what other angle really is there? When you're up against a Camille, you might as well stack AD because you can't build anything to negate true damage, and Camille just Qs you and does 4 million true damage. So at that point, you might as well just be a glass cannon and hope you one-shot it.
Okay, so let's break things down into actuality. So as far as building AD goes and it not working out, that's more of just a meme here. You know, I'm just saying like, haha, it doesn't work out, results-based thinking, it's bad. No, I mean, I'm sure that there's a reason behind it. Now, the only way really how to deal with true damage, right, when it's flat true damage, like on Camille's Q, is building health. And that is exactly what Scion as a champion does incredibly, incredibly well. I mean, once the Camille does get a Sundered Sky, the health starts to, you know, backfire just a tiny bit, right? But you're also going to be building armor on top of that. So it's not like you can ever just disregard it whatsoever. Meanwhile, you know, the Eclipse does allow you to fight back, does give you enough AD to clear out these waves with little to no repercussions here, and the Scion is going to be doing just fine. Pretty dang difficult to take down. Look at that Eclipse shield doing work.
Yep, and he's going to be relying on that as well as his W shield. They're going for a tower dive under the Scion. This tower is yet to fall, but it will now, and this Camille ultimate comes down in the nick of time to help clean up the kill there. Camille's getting fed, and we're absolutely loving seeing it. Gotta be a little bit careful here in this mid side. It's looking like Jungle Coney maybe wants to go for some sort of flank behind the 80 carry to gate that tower. Maybe they go for the first damage, but they're not gonna be able to find it just yet. While this top side is running it down, looking to pick up another tier 2 tower if possible. The first one of the game for both teams. And that's going to be a lot of gold into the pocket. They are sitting on Soul Point, and the Baron is up now. So this team can look to, you know, wait for that next dragon to spawn and go for a little bit of a flip. Dreadline's going to be coming down. Chains of Corruption going to end up landing on this area, but the Cleanse comes out to be able to heal that off. Solarfire is going to end up missing. Kiona gets killing spree. It's a double knockup, though. Unstoppable onto the volley. Zerius is going to come down, and Ari does not have enough abilities to be able to get away in time. Kiona with the triple kill on the Varus. Tried to shut them down early in that early game, but you were not able to find it. The Baron should be falling in favor of Doga here, and this is looking like a first map victory so far. I'm not going to jinx it, but this is looking phenomenal out of Doga. You know they came to play.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, as far as I'm concerned, right, it's a little bit of a rough position to find yourself in if you're Omega Mario Kart 7, right? You went this entire league just fully in control, just very little that you could do in response against this team. And all of a sudden, now that we're in the finals, Dorado coming in, renaming their mid laner to Blue Shell, and they are living behind this Talia. 5 kills, 1 death. Yes, Kiona has so much of that damage output, but a huge amount of it is because the Talia is such a good way to just keep people off of the back line, right? I mean, that E does so much at just denying any spirit rushes into the back line, dredge lines into the back line. Meanwhile, Rocket in that top lane, the unsung MVP of this game as far as I'm concerned, just fully controlling the Scion in a side lane. That's the number one thing that was a necessity when fighting against Omega Mario Kart 7. When you can take one of the pieces of Exodia away, the enemy team no longer has that Exodia comp to work around. So a 4-1 split push works just fine, and being able to control that Scion in the side lane is crucial.
The flash chains onto the Zeri to help clean up that kill. It will be Jungle Coney left standing with the Scion. They will finally fall. It's a clean ace with no members falling for the side of Doga, and this has just got to begin. You've got the Void Grubs, you've got the Baron buff, look at all the minions, you've got a fed Kiona backing you up as well, and they're just going to be able to flash onto mid. Coney Charm's going to come down, maybe gets one for their trouble, but not able to find it just yet. They're going to flash into the fountain, who knows, but Doga comes out swinging in game number 1, and now we've got to see if Mario Kart 7 will be able to bounce back.
All right. Now, game number 1, finally a game taken off of the board from Omega Mario Kart 7 here. They will not complete the clean season sweep. It is going to be Dorado Gaming going to be able to take out that first game. Now, that's the thing. That's the first game in the series. Now, I know you said, Cilantro, as long as they can get that game 1, right? As long as they can get that 1 win, it's doable. So now, I am really excited to see how things break down. How does Omega Mario Kart 7 respond to that early loss, right? It was not just a, back and forth fight either. It was so in control here. So, as we move on here, don't go anywhere because we've got an exciting match coming up next.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Happier tonight. Happier tonight. Can't be waiting for you in the morning. I'ma leave without giving a warning. I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know.
Voices going through my head. These voices telling me what to say about you, about what we do. I'm shit too. Myself from you, yeah.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome. We are just ready to get draft number 2 underway for game number 2 in this best of 5 grand finals. Doga up 1-0 so far, and they're not going to have the blue side this time around. But will Mario Kart 7 come out on top with the blue side pick? Who knows? That was a pretty stellar performance from Doga game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the way how the draft was executed worked out really, really well, right? So as far as Omega Mario Kart 7's draft went, I honestly liked it. I thought that it worked well, it made sense, there was nothing super egregious, but if you had taken the time to look at the comfort picks on the side of Dorado, using maybe a program like ProComps, you would have been able to say, hey, maybe the Graves is a bad idea to leave open. Maybe we shouldn't leave open the Varus, right? You know, there's so many of these specific picks that are hard to find if you're not paying attention, right? And with the use of a tool like ProCromps, you too can easily find, you know, what are the comfort picks, what are the potential picks that you want to take off the board here. Like the Talia, I'm almost certain that Talia would be one of the first things recommended here. But either way, you know, as far as the games are concerned, we are cooking on the side of Dorado. Oh baby, the Karthus is here, and that is likely going into the jungle. We might be having it in the mid lane or the AD carry slot, who knows. Meanwhile, Omega Mario Kart 7 are opting to take some very, very, you know, strong picks, but blind is not where I'd expect them to be.
Oh,
Ooh.
good old take the lantern has came out into that support side. This could be a Renekton jungle, you know, that's a possibility.
No shot.
I mean,
no shot.
You never know, my guy. You never know. But who knows what we'll see here. Rocket, I don't think there's no way Jimothy is playing Karthus jungle, right? Like this. Okay, who knows? We'll see when the end of the draft goes on. But we're expecting this to be a Jax picked up into the top side against the Renekton. Should be a clinical 1v1 topside, as we've seen time and time again. And what will be picked up for this mid lane? I'm looking, both those mid laners were pretty crucial. You know, mid Coney, I believe, is going to be the one locking in that Talia pick. I don't think that Mario Kart 7 is going to be picking their jungle just yet, although it could be that jungle Talia and Renekton top.
I think if you're Dorado here, you take something like Volibear, so you still don't know what they're taking on a Mario Kart 7. Meanwhile, on a Mario Kart 7, all I hope and pray is that it's not, for the love of all things good and holy, Nidalee. Please, please, please do not pick Nidalee Renekton here. It's not a matter of Nidalee Renekton not being good enough. It's just you take Nidalee, all of a sudden the Talia does nothing for that. And okay, I think this is a mid Renekton. We might have a mid Renekton top Tryndamere into the Jax here. Meanwhile, the Sivir allows you to continue with the standard Mario Kart 7 special, hit R, run forward, right? Meanwhile, the Hui and the Vayne gonna be picked up here. Okay, I love the Vayne as a choice. So Vayne as a Sivir counter pick has been something that has existed for ages on ages, right? The only thing that Sivir can actually block is the Condemn here, but Vayne doesn't need Condemn to win that fight, right? A lot of Sivir's damage comes out from her autos, from her Q, and you can very much dodge those with a tumble, with your ulti as well. And there's just so little that Sivir can do on her own outside of clear the wave over and over and over and over again. Usually the only way that Sivir was able to get past this matchup is either getting super hardcore babysat by their support, or they hang on to the Aerie and they go lethality, but I would be hard pressed to find that one here. Either way, gonna have to see how things do break down on the Rift itself here. Now, as far as you're concerned, Cilantro, how do you think that this one will break down? Right? I mean, there's one matchup where I'm just like, oh man, this is really cool, but like that one matchup doesn't decide the whole thing.
Yeah, I think we're back to the mid lane matchup here. If Blue Shell can get online with the Hui, I mean, we've seen Hui's carry time and time again. I'm very concerned with the jungle pick here for Doga. I feel like, you know, it's just gonna get invaded and killed and won't be able to farm, and then it'll be Giga behind, and then yeah. And then things will just tumble from there. So I think this jungle matchup is extremely important in this game. And we're going to see how Jimothy plays it out. Maybe they've been practicing it in scrims. Maybe they have some sort of secret code for the red side that we do not know. Other way, this was first picked for a reason for this team. I mean, we also saw them first pick a Gwen jungle before and it failed. So who knows?
That's the thing.
What
the
we're
Gwen
gonna
jungle
see.
never failed. Like you say that the Gwen jungle failed, but the Gwen was
You didn't win
basically-
the game. It failed.
Stop with the results-based thinking. The Gwen jungle worked out phenomenally. It's just the rest of the team was struggling, right? If you go back and see that game, the Gwen jungle actually was easily the strongest performer in that entire game, died a single time as the Nexus was falling, right? So right here, we're gonna have to see how things work out. I love the Karthus pick from Jimothy. I love when players are willing to cook, and what better time to bring it out than the finals? And okay, so I was saying that we might see our mid Renekton, so that way it would have been the Tryndamere top versus the Jax here, but instead it is just going to be that Renekton mid, just gonna try, sorry, that Tryndamere mid to just continue to survive against these mages as long as possible. Just going to continue to farm up, stay safe. There's very little that Hui can do to actually push the Tryndamere out of the lane outside of the first back here, but we'll have to see how it works out.
Right, no invades will be happening, even though Thresh is on the other side. A little bit afraid of that level 1 Leona for obvious reasons there. But I am also really looking at this bot side. I mean, we've got a Vayne. You get a Vayne ahead early on, Doga. I feel like that's your #1 win con in this game because that champion will just one-tap everything on the side of Mario Kart 7. I mean, there's really nothing there that will tank Vayne scaling. So I'd like to see them play for this bot side presence, but it will be match clears coming out from both of the junglers, working their way from bot to that top side, and who knows where we'll be able to go from there. I'm also really looking at Rocket this game because we've seen them struggle before. They had a stellar performance last game. I want to see if they can carry that momentum into game number 2.
Yeah, honestly, it's a big question here. But, I mean, game number 1, that momentum worked out a ton here. Meanwhile, this time, right, Jax with the grass is going to look to take very quick, short trades. Meanwhile, Renekton on the Conqueror going to look to try to extend these a little bit. So, you know, it's a little bit of these champions taking specific keystones in order to try to remedy some of their weaknesses here. But I mean, you can see King Coney not too happy about that first game. Instead, going to be working out much better in this second one, as the mid lane is still going pretty dang well for the side of Dorado.
100%. Oh, that's some good burst damage, but nothing too much yet for Blue Shell. Probably not until they get that Lost Chapter online, but I very excited to see that this mid Tryndamere, which, I mean, mid Tryndamere was the wave in like solo queue for like the longest time before, if I remember. Hasn't been searching really much lately since Tryndamere is not in a very great spot. But, you know, mid Coney is going to prove why they picked up this pick, as Rocket's going for the full-on first blood. Flashes forward and everything. Can they find it? No, the flash away, and first blood instead will be going to the jungle, and the Coney in the jungle instead on that Talia, and we all know how that is a power pick and a half. First bloods are going to help them get closer to that Lost Chapter, which will help them clear faster than discard this.
All right, who's the king of the jungle here? It is going to be the Talia. Meanwhile, Blue Shell and King Coney are just going to go toe-to-toe here. Jimothy trying to make something happen in response, but your Karthus, there's very little you can actually do here. The farm is all you really can look to pick up. A solid ward on to those Krugs, or not Krug, sorry, those chickens are going to be able to make sure that Jimothy's not wasting as much time as possible. Also gets you a better idea as to what the pathing was, where the Talia is going to be, if you can tell when these camps are coming alive here. Meanwhile, you know, the Renekton getting that early assist going to work out quite well here. I mean, look at this trading back and forth.
Oh yeah, Blue Shell wanting to come out on top as fast as possible in this lane, because we know Trendemir is a split pushing menace. Definitely want to be able to shut down this melee laner as soon as possible, but we will have to wait to see how it pans out later on into the game. But for now, most of these teams are just going to be resorting to the farming, and as we were mentioning on the analyst desk, when it comes down to farming, well, there is one kill over the side of Jungle Coney, who now has the Lost Chapter online. When it comes down to a little bit of a lone state like this and farming, Mario Kart 7 comes out on top, as we're going to... This game is already long as hell. Have a tech pause.
I mean, works out, honestly. You know, it gives us a little bit of time to probably like change up interface size or stuff like that. But either way, so as far as this game goes, right, if you look at how things actually work out, right, the Trindamere tends to... Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, this is just standard pausing after...
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought for a second there it was going to be a quick Riot Games moment. But either way. So, as this one goes on, right, the Trindamere is slowly going to pull away into a stronger position, right? Because if you cannot kill the Trin early, you're not really going to be in a position that fully bursts him down later until you can get a hold of, you know, maybe a jungle intervention, extra, you know, a full item. But in the meantime, top lane looking like a party.
Oh yeah, Rocket getting the gank of a lifetime this time around. Maybe they want to get the kill over to Jimothy.
Oh!
But oh my, the Thresh Lantern comes down in the nick of time. Thank God support Coney roamed up for those Void Grubs, saving the life of Crocodile Coney.
Yeah, Dark Passage going to find its way into the right spots at the right time. This is why you take your supports on those excursions, right? I mean, right here, the biggest concern is whether or not your Sivir is going to be fine. But as you can see, King Coney in that bot lane is not going to be under any sort of duress here. Meanwhile, top lane just gonna shove out this wave, not gonna look to get a freeze there in any way, shape, or form here. As Rocket and King Coney, this matchup going very, very differently from what we saw in that first game here. Oh my god, I love the shuttle crab's shadow dashes. Just gonna continue to... Okay, you can't miss the dragon too, man. But either way, you know, it's just gonna be continual damage, continual trades, and continual farm onto this Karthus. I mean, once you hit level 6 on that Karthus, you're going to start to have the ability to start ulting for gold. I wouldn't quite do that one just yet, but it's definitely an opportunity.
%. Now, I do want to say that Mario Kart 7, of those Void Grubs in the early game, they've finally been able to get back to their playstyle that they normally thrive in, and maybe we're going to see that funnel into their late game performances where they run around, take all the towers, and just macroly defeat you when you think you're beating them. Who knows where we will go after this? But right now, I'm still very scared because there is still a vein in the bot side that no matter what, you just cannot forget that they are there and that they exist, because they can just scale immensely and be a menace later on into the game. Blue Shell casually, you know, just going to be roaming around trying to maybe help out Jimothy. Jimothy a little bit behind. Haunting Thesis is going to come. Oh no, Jimothy, you're running into a 1v3 and you don't even know it just yet. The Rock is going to end up missing. Notice that they're taking the red buff there. Now Jimothy forced to back off and settle for those Krugs, which I don't even think are safe. Jimothy, I'd stop fighting for this. Wait, did he get the smite? It didn't.
Yeah, Jimothy got the smite.
Yeah, Jimothy actually did get the smite. And there's a lot of damage there onto Jungle Coney off of the way damage in return.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? So the Karthus Wall of Pain being able to give vision is so instrumental there. And I know you said that Jimothy had no idea. You can see right there, Jimothy absolutely had an idea. You know, just in the right place at the right time. Meanwhile, the trades in this top lane not working out for King Coney here. The Jax, once you hit level 6, you're going to start to get all of that continued passive damage. Regardless of whether or not you pop the ulti, it's just so much more extra damage here. You have to be really careful. Meanwhile, in this bot lane, the big thing that I'm wondering about for Kiona, right? So this is the Fleet Footwork Vayne. So if you look at the side of Omega Mario Kart 7, right, they don't have any super mega tanks. And that's when you can see the Fleet Footwork Vayne start to make a comeback. But
Right. Jump. Oh, flash for flash though, so that's a good gank there if I am Jungle Coney, because you know top Coney is already kind of winning out in that trade so far, has the CS advantage too. Soon we'll be back in to get that Sheen online. Actually, Jungle Coney not giving this one up just yet, understands that the wave's going to be under the tower. I believe Rocket has a little bit of a sense that he's going to get towered up here, might be able to trade out 1-for-1 though, as the Karthus ultimate's coming down. It's going to force the dominance out of top Coney. Rocket is going to be able to get a stun up. No, it does get dodged out, and it's not traded 1-for-1. Mario Kart 7 with the misplays, or the outplays in the top side, able to give Crocodile Coney a lead.
yeah, honestly, that Requiem was so well timed from Jimothy, meaning that Omega Mario Kart 7 had to pull the trigger a little bit faster than they had initially intended here, but you're just going to be able to teleport back, going to be doing fine on the side of Dorado here. And, you know, returning to some of my previous points, right? So Dorado as a team, they scale very well here with this composition, especially into Omega Mario Kart 7. And usually we see Omega Mario Kart 7 with the scaling composition where it's like, hey, you know, we're just going to play for the mid game. It'll be fine. You know, we don't really care that much about the early game here. Meanwhile, you know, with the fact that you don't have any super mega tanks, you're allowed to go Fleet Footwork Vayne, which allows you to stay very strong in that laning phase. But more accurately, you now have the opportunity to go for some crazy crit builds. Like you could just go for the Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge, right? You know, where now you don't necessarily need as much attack speed if you're going to go on hit Vayne. So those Fleet Footwork procs are going to do you just fine because you're playing around that invisibility, of playing around that Q-Max, just a bunch of extra damage here, because you can just pop so many people on the side of Omega Mario Kart 7. Like the Talia is squishy, the Sivir is squishy, the Renekton only gets so tanky, right? There's only so much that you can really do as a Renekton, but the Vayne is going to be such a big threat.
Oh yeah, later on in this game, this Stoka team is not out of it just yet. Top lane Rocket already down 0-2. We've seen this before out of them. I want to see them mentally stay strong, understand that the win con has yet to come online, and will soon be proccing as soon as possible. Doga gonna be looking to maybe pick up the second dragon of the game. Gotta be careful though, because Sivir can shove out that wave with the static shiv now online. About 1Q plus W auto will be able to do it. As actually there's a bot side fight going on. Weaver's Wall comes down out of Jungle Coney. He's gonna be able to knock up Karthus. Can they get the kills coming out? The Sivir ultimate is online with Ghost, and that's ADC Coney picking up 2 in their pocket. And now you gotta start slowing that bleeding if you are Doga, because you're down nearly 4k gold now. But this team is not gonna stop scaling out of Mario Kart. Is the way old enough? Oh, well, you know, Trinimir's character that just does not die, so can do that whenever they please.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate was well placed. The play was well played there, but in the end, Trinimir as a champion, man, is too angry to die, too angry to fall behind here. Blue Shell was just so in control for the entirety of the last game. This time around, it is not going to be Dorado on top here. It's 5-0, not a single kill given over by Omega Mario Kart 7. This game is much more controlled, but definitely not in Dorado's favor.
I have to agree with you there, Anti. I also gotta say, you know, they are looking mentally fortified. They lost map number 1, and it doesn't even look like they even played map number 1 the way that they're playing now, because it sounds like they just forgot map 1 existed and have come out strong, guns blazing, and are instead fighting back, maybe trying to dismantle the mental of Doga instead. Put them behind, make them feel down, and then use that momentum into game number 3, and then just carry it on from there to win the whole series. But this game is not done yet. Kiona came back from behind last game and did wonders on the Varus. I'm expecting the same coming out of this vein. And well, Wei still doesn't have first item, whereas actually only 3 people now. The first items are starting to roll in for Doga. But the Wei doesn't have first item comparatively to his opponent that has that Stridebreaker online. Well, just now finished Archangels as I say that. But should that Wei come online into the late game, I mean, we've seen Wei's carry time and time again, so I'm not afraid. Honestly, I am still afraid because there's a Kart this way and Vayne on the other side. So Doga, or Mario Kart 7, you're ahead, but the late game is not looking like yours right now.
Yeah, I mean, a large part of it is going to be how much the Renekton can keep that Jax in that side lane here. But, I mean, that's what the Trinity is for, right? You got split pushers on split pushers. Mega Mario Kart 7 have a decent 1-3-1 composition here. Meanwhile, Doga right now, they're struggling in this bot side. The Vayne was used as a counter pick to the Sivir, but in the end, it is Omega Mario Kart 7's bot lane that seems to be the ones coming out on top. Whether or not that be from jungle intervention or team play, look at all this.
I mean, the counter gank really just is that. It's a counter dive. They essentially used most of their util to be able to deny the side of Doga from coming in and fighting on top of them, and that's how they are able to come out on top of this Mario Kart 17. That's what Thresh and Talia essentially do best, is they deny people from being able to move, and they deny people from being able to come in and fight. So it will be another tower picked up in the bot side for this side of Mario Kart 7. We're starting to see those Void Grubs and macro play that they are 100% known for coming online here. And you gotta get scared if you are the side of Doga, because you gotta start looking for angles to come back. Yeah, you don't really need a team fight right now, but if you don't force a team fight, you're not getting an objective at this point.
Yeah, honestly, the big question here, right, is so a large amount of the playmaking, of the survival from the side of Mega Mario Kart 7 has relied on this Thresh, right? I mean, just the Thresh in the right place at the right time, I mean, saved the Renekton, saves the Sivir, right? Just so much denial on Doga's plays here. Now, the question is, how do you get a play to start running? I mean, this is definitely an answer.
See, potentially another kill onto Rocket. Jungle Coney able to clean up that one 2-0 on this Talia pick now. Mid tower will end up falling in response. Third Drake of the game. It is an Ocean Dragon, meaning it is an Ocean Soul. Will be coming online, and your top laner has fallen. Rocket does have the TP, so can come in later on into the fight with a little bit of a backline flank if wants to do something like that. There is a couple wards in that jungle, so can find a little bit of an off angle if they ever so please to. But now you have to, this BF Sword and Static Shiver online for the Sivir, so this team fight is really starting to feel like it's going to be one-sided. Rocket has to respond to this tier 2 top tower falling as well. Not going to have an angle to TP into the fight, and the current numbers that are there have the clear advantage. I'm not even sure Rocket has the advantage in this 1v1. Has to back off and settle for a wave. That's going to open up an angle for King Coney top to TP in for this fight if they ever so choose to. Neither one of these teams opting to start up the Dragon just yet, though. It will be mid Coney going to push out the bot wave to provide a little bit more pressure. That blue shell is already there matching, and the Dragon will be started now. New North, I believe, has spotted it, but there's just no angle for Doga to come in, and they've recognized and are going to give over the objective.
All right, so Cilantro, I want to bring some attention to something, right? So last game, right, when Dorado was ahead, they had so much control, but it was still kind of back and forth here and there, right? There were kills being given over here and there, right? Where Omega Mario Kart 7 would find a way in, find a play to make, and then just get a little bit of gold under their belts here. So yeah, at 17 minutes, it was like around a 2k gold lead. Yes, there were some objective bounties, but it wasn't anything too crazy. Meanwhile, we're about 19 minutes in. This is a 7,000 gold lead from the side of Omega Mario Kart 7. Not a single kill given over. Thank you to the Thresh. You're right. Thank your support players. Just constantly in the right place at the right time, making sure that none of these kills go through. And we had such a big question as to how does Omega Mario Kart 7 respond to dropping a game? How do they respond to a loss? It definitely doesn't seem to be with Tilt. This team has only gotten more clean and more strong now that they've dropped one of these games. Dorado Gaming getting a little bit of cooking underway. I love the Karthus jungle pick. It doesn't seem to be doing too much just yet, but that's the thing about results-based thinking, right? You can't just look at the results alone and think as to, oh, well, obviously bad because lose. And it's like, well, no, there's reasons behind this, right? Meanwhile, we're gonna do Drift King in reverse. Okay, all right. Well, it doesn't quite work out as Omega Mario Kart 7 wants there. I mean, probably just playing with gyro controls on, but either way, drifting doesn't quite work out, and the Rift Herald's still going to be walking down that mid lane. Gonna have to see how much damage they get on this tower.
Well, the gold lead is there, Anti, but I just don't think that the game is over just yet. There's still angles for Doga to come back into the game. Getting hooked, Jimothy, is not one of those angles, unfortunately. You can't just get hooked from an angle, and that's your angle back into the game. But there's still opportunities to come back. The Karthus has many rooms to build items, and so does the Way. I mean, we're not even talking about a Vayne with 3 items just yet, so this game, if they could just stall maybe another 10 minutes, Doga, keep the game going a little bit longer, I think the momentum is going to start shifting. I know we don't really want those 40-plus minute games, but that's the win con for Doga right now. They need a game to go for that long. Buy them time to get these items, get the scaling online, and hopefully they can find those angles back into the game. And I'm holding off hope. It's definitely possible.
I mean, it's definitely possible, right? But the biggest concern here, if you're on the side of Dorado, is Omega Mario Kart 7 have brought out a 1-3-1 split composition. Now, this is not what we're used to seeing from Omega Mario Kart 7. We almost always see these guys just run their Exodia compositions, where it's like, hey, I want a team fight. I want to hit R. I want to run all over you. It's like, well, what happens if you spend the entire time preparing for this, and all of a sudden, they bring out a 1-3-1, right? It's just so different of a way to deal with. You don't have anyone for the side lanes to deal with them in the same way on the side of Dorado, right? Your 80 carry is a Vayne. Vayne doesn't have that kind of wave clear to deal with this. Meanwhile, your Karthus still wants to stay with the team, very, very dieable. You do not want Karthus alone against Tryndamere or Renekton, right? So it's going to be a rough position for Dorado here. I honestly think you have to force a 5v5 or make something happen. Sorry, not 5v5, a 5v3 on those 3, or just group up, make something happen on a side lane like this, right? Where you make it work so that way you're not stuck in the 1-3-1s. The longer that this game sticks into a 1-3-1, the worse and worse it gets for Dorado.
I believe 100%. These towers are getting a little bit worse for Dorado too. They are not existing anymore, as you only have your inhibitor turrets online. Interesting decision to time to Karthus ulti. I guess they thought that he could clean up top King Coney. Maybe thinking that Rocket and Blue Shell could, get those DPS combos, win out in the quote-unquote technically 3v3 because Karthus is ulting, so he's technically in the fight, but isn't entirely. But we will see. We're approaching that 24-25 minute mark into the game, and the next dragon is going to be up. You do not want this Mario Kart 7 team to start scaling these Ocean Dragons, where I guess it doesn't matter too much though, because I guess, you know, Jimothy and Blue Shell can build Leandries, where then the Ocean Dragons don't really entirely matter. But New North is getting engaged on.
no.
And as the Leona, you're not going to live too much longer, so you're going to end up falling into the top Coney with the first blood of this team fight. Now looking to be able to find an angle on to the Tryndamere Coney. It will end up not falling because that's how Tryndamere Ultimate ends up working. And this is looking like it's going to be a clean ace potentially. The flash forward is going to be able to flee out another King Coney, but it was just a dominant clean ace there from Mario Kart 7. They're putting on a clinic and they're putting on their foot down on this match as they're looking to take game number 1 without dying. Almost every single member of the team is 3-0. Maybe they're going to look to get Mid-Coney a kill here onto New North. You know, even out the stats, give everybody 3 kills. It will be New North flailing in as Mid-Coney is just going to be opting to hit on those turrets and going for the Nexus. No one will end up falling. We have a clean 11-0 game from Mario Kart 7. And now I'm worried about the mental of Doga.
Okay, so that was a clinic and a half from Omega Mario Kart 7 there. I mean, so game number 1, you know, Dorado takes it, have a phenomenal way how to play against the way how Omega Mario Kart 7 likes to play, right? They say, hey, we're going to run a 1-4 split composition. It'll work out great. We're going to drag one of their Exodia pieces to the side lane, and Omega Mario Kart 7 say, all right, we can 1-3-1. And nobody saw this one coming. It is going to be the 1-3-1 paying out dividends here. I mean, that's the thing, right? I think even on top of that, Dorado still had some pretty great picks here. Like, yeah. I mean, the Vayne as a counterpick to the Sivir is a classic counterpick. It's been done time and time again over many years. And, you know, it didn't quite work out here, but you can still see that they see the picks, they respond to them, but Omega Mario Kart 7 not only saw the picks that they were working with, they had the idea as like, hey, you know what? They're probably going to pick a mage mid. We're going to take Tryndamere. He's going to be fine into the mage to survive. And then once we get into the side lanes, we'll be okay, right? You know, there's just pick after pick after pick where it's not just a matter of responding to the individual pick from the side of Dorado. It's a matter of responding to what does this pick do in our composition? How does it augment how we want to play the game? And it's just a masterclass of a response in game number 2 from Omega Mario Kart 7. So I'm really excited to see how things work out in game 3.
Yeah, I'm worried now. You just went killless in game number 2 after a dominating game number 1. And I mean, we got to mention it. Rocket got pretty heavily targeted that game, like we've seen in the past, and you know that might be the snowball there. Maybe Mario Kart 7 has found the angle. They want to win the mental warfare, and that's what will end up winning the game. I mean, we've all read Art of War at some point. We've read passages of it. So Mario Kart 7 playing the long haul said, hey, we'll gift you map number 1 just so we could get rid of that undefeated title, that undefeated, you know, stick curse, whatever it may be. And then we can clean sweep the rest of the game. But we will not know until we get into game number 3, where we will have another banger waiting for you guys.
as days passes by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. Sometimes I feel that my luck's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Happier tonight. Can't be waiting for you in the morning. I'ma leave without giving a warning. I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes.
All right, everybody, welcome. Game number 3 on the board, and no, this is not the final match because we got at least 2 more. this one and another one, or maybe we're going all the way to a game number 5. Who knows what these two teams have in store for us, but I'm assuming that they have the same bans for the past 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because we saw a few changes from the Mega Mario Kart 7 after game number 1, right? You know, the Varus was taken off the table, right? They wanted to make sure that Kiona did not have access to that Varus once again, and they're going to do that, right? I mean, when the Varus is off the table, then you're not going to have nearly as much strength there. The Fiora, as always, getting taken off the table by Doga here. Now, the question is, do you take Talia? Like, do you ban the Talia? Because Renekton is going to be banned out here, so you don't have the strength there. But no, it is the Tristan, and they're just going to keep on targeting Kiona here, trying to make sure that there is none of that. I'm guessing we're taking Talia on blue side first pick. You know, once again, it is the Jinx. Okay, so I actually like this a lot. So Jinx as a champion tends to be pretty dang nice on this patch, but as the response, we got the Talia, probably going to get some more point and click lockdown with, you know, a Nautilus. You might even put that Talia in the mid lane, so that way you can get a Vi. But all right, we're just going comfort picks on comfort picks. The Thresh Talia worked last time, why not make it work this time? Now, in order to make it work though, you need that point and click lockdown, right? So lockdown's going to be a little bit hard with the Milio, but I mean, you could take something like a Pantheon, you could take, you know, something like Hwei, right? Something where it's very, very difficult to miss out on the counterplay here. But Volibear, another one of those point and clicks getting taken off the table by Dorado.
Yeah, and I like to see Jimothy on this Volibear pick into the jungle. Love to see the Milio. Okay, they're walking that Aatrox right away for the top side. Want to get that strong top side. They want to get those picks that they definitely wanted. I was very surprised to see the Jinx go over the Talia. And if I was in Mario Kart 7's head, I was like, okay, yeah, we're just going to take the Talia instantly because it was so good for us in the last game. And so was that Thresh. The top side Aatrox blind pick surprises me a bit. There's a lot that you could pick against that here.
I mean,
you can have the typical Jax pick, Aatrox versus Jax. You could have that typical standard matchup.
Hey, Aatrox Jax is like pretty meh. Like that's the thing, right? So for blue side, the number one thing that you have the strength with is blue side first pick, right? Because that is your first pick. You have the strongest pick on the patch, pretty much guaranteed, right? On red side, you have 2 points of strength here, which is R3, where you pick the champion on 3, and then you get to ban 2 of their counter picks away, right? And then R5, where you get, you know, your final counter pick of the match, the one that really brings the team together. So you have a Felly Thresh from Mega Mario Kart 7, classic bot lane duo, should be able to work out fine against the Jinx Milio. And, you know, meanwhile, we're still sticking with those, you know, those classic skill matchups in that top lane, but now you have the mid lane counter pick for Mega Mario Kart 7, utilizing the red side picks very, very well. But it's Ahri, right? I mean, where are you gonna use the counter pick Ahri? She's Ahri. There's very little that you can actually gain out of this last pick here. But it's the Vladimir. Okay, we saw this against Iceborne, and it worked out so well.
Yeah, and it was very strong from mid Coney. So we're going to have another duel of the fates here between the 2 best mid laners in the league right now. And I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top, because you can't get charmed when you're underground in a pool. So, you know, I'm excited to see how mid Coney comes out on top with this one. Once again, I'm going to be looking at both these junglers, though, because that famed Talia pick that worked so well last game will be coming online again. And now it'll be Jimothy on the Volibear this time around, unlike in game number 1, where he was on the Graves in the matchup versus the Volibear. Lots of CC lock up, but who knows who will come out on top. There's a lot on both sides. And I'm once again very, very crucially monitoring this top side, because we got to see Rocket bounce back after game number 2 went down. But we will not know until we get out on the Rift and game number 3 comes down who will take the lead once again. And, you know, Mario Kart 7 had the blue side. They took map number 2. Now Doka has the blue side. Are we just going to have this trend of whoever has the blue side wins the game?
Maybe, maybe not. Now, one thing I also will note here. So, Omega Mario Kart 7, this time around, have opted for another 1-3-1 split push composition, but the Vladimir does have a lot of strength in the team fights, right? I mean, Vladimir and Aatrox can very much join in on a team fight. They're not hardcore dedicated split pushers. This is not a Tryndamere. This is not a Renekton where it's like, oh, well, I want to stay in a split push situation for as long as possible. No, 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 no. These are champions that say, hey, I am so down to split push my entire life away, but if you make me come down and team fight you, you know, I'm coming with the Chinelas. Like, I'm going to beat the hell out of you, right? You know, I'm just going to take you out of this world here. So, Mario Kart 7 have another one of those 1-3-1 comps, but this time still has their classic hit R, do damage sort of deal.
Yeah, I have to agree. So we were about to head into the game, but we have ran into another tech pause. Hopefully this is going to be the last one of the night. There was a brief one last time, so hopefully this one is just as brief. We don't know what the issue is or what is occurring just yet. Probably just maybe some player unplugged their mouse or something. It could be something that's simple, or maybe somewhat disconnected, but that is what we are undergoing right now.
Are they just like the broadcasters, you know, like
they just hate us, you know, they want us to be here till midnight.
No, I mean, as far as things are concerned though, so I've been talking up Omega Mario Kart 7's composition. I like it a lot. I do like the way how Dorado have been drafting though, right? So you take the Jinx early, right? And it's like, okay, well, what are some things that we could worry about when it comes to Jinx? It's like some point and click lockdown, right? So Omega Mario Kart 7, they take Talia Thresh, you know, 2 of their comfort on comfort picks. We saw those work out really well. So they always say, all right, we break out the lockdown breaker with the Milio, and we remove the Talia Volibear potential scenario where now there is none of that point and click lockdown, right? For the flash bear slap stun into seismic shove. And now they're opened up the opportunity to pick Camille, because you don't just have the Volibear just walking all over her. I mean, I cannot overstate this. Volibear in the top lane against Camille is such an unbelievably unhappy matchup to find yourself in as the Camille, right? The man will just walk up to you at level 1, out trade you, and then will hit level 2 first without fail, and then all of a sudden now you have to deal with Volibear with lane priority, right? So I like that Dorado have done a lot of preemptive picks here, but it's a question as to whether or not the composition truly has an identity, because it seems like another 1-4 split composition.
That is for real. But now, you know, we've been talking about Void Grubs. This Mario Kart 7 team loves Void Grubs. If a team that can somewhat benefit off them, I mean, the AD carry will always benefit off them. Split pushing from Aatrox is pretty solid, but he is a very strong team fighting champion. Is going to want to be team fighting, whereas the Camille can afford to split push. The Volibear does a lot to towers, and of course Jinx as the AD carry is going to rapidly increase fire. The more towers and more assists that she gets online. But we saw Rocket on the Camille before, you know, walked into that Volibear matchup, was supposed to be afraid, and wasn't. Came out on top. I want to see them bring out that pure dominance like last time before, and just absolutely mollywop this Aatrox if possible. Primarily because I don't like Aatrox, so I'd like to see the Aatrox fall behind. I mean, this champion has been meta in like competitive League of Legends since I saw League of Legends back in like season 10. So I'm tired of seeing this champion so damn much. But, you know, it is what it is at this point.
I mean, you know, Aatrox got deleted once, looking to get deleted again. Okay, Rocket not going to be flashing forward for that one. But either way, this new Aatrox not quite working out for him, right? I mean, it's a lot of bottom to top pathing from the side of the Talia, but it doesn't really seem to amount to too much if your top laner is going to burn their flash that early on. And very crucially, Rocket not flashing forward there means that, you know, he has the cognizance to know, is like, hey, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Talia is going to be coming for me, right? I have to stay safe. I have to stay controlled. I cannot be burning those summoners early, or else it'll turn into a huge problem once I'm 2v1ing, which, you know, let's be real, there's been a lot of 2v1ing on the side of Dorado's top lane. Either way, bot lane just gonna be the classic, you know, Apheli Thresh, Jinx Milio. There's not that much I expect to see happening in this lane.
Yeah, I agree. Aphelios, one of my favorite characters in League of Legends. So, Mario Kart 7, you got my bias. You pulled my bias for this map. You know, I want the Aphelios to win. I don't want the Aatrox to win, but I want the Aphelios to win. So, who knows what we'll see. Maybe looking for that bot side gank coming in a little bit late there. Is going to get flailed away from support Coney. Looking to land a hook and pull them into the Chompers, but unable to... Or, I'm sorry. Correction. Chompers are not on your side. I don't know why I said that. But, you know, looking to pull them under the tower, get a little bit of trade-off damage. But now the first objectives will be spawning here in about 45 seconds. And will the Mario Kart 7 team take Void Grubs first like last time?
Yeah, honestly, it's a question here. But meanwhile, New North taking a lot of damage here. The constant trades back and forth here. It's an interesting decision to put a lot of that focus onto the Milio. I mean, he is very squishy, so makes sense in a way here. You know, but the support still with those 2 health pots going to be taken there, so should still be fine here. Now, one thing I also do want to note, right? So Volibear as a pick in the jungle definitely has a lot of agency, right? You know, you get all of those early game ganks off, and oh my god.
Oh, they're looking to be able to get the kill onto Kiona. They already used the root from the Graviton gun, though. The flash is going to come out. Do they have one more Q? Do they have the range? No! It bears off in the nick of time. That is insane that you get out with your life there, Kiona. The Flash Ghost coming out perfectly timed. But now you're going to lose Spry over the first dragon of the game that will be spawning. And meanwhile, Jungle Coney is going to be able to spot out Jimothy on these Void Grubs. Camille's going to ping down that they are coming. It will be Jungle Coney's trying to stop and maybe get at least one, but is not going to be able to do so with the support that is coming in. Oh, no. The Vladimir could be moving. We don't spot. No. They're gonna get the
okay.
three.
I find it very interesting that Jungle Coney does not opt to smite away any of the Void Grubs. I mean, at that point, right? You walk in there, you anticipate that the Volibear still has Smite fully active. So you don't really want to have to take that 50-50 and said, so like, hey, you know what I mean? That first one's already guaranteed to be going down anyway. I'm just going to return to my jungle, get that jungle item completed as fast as possible. And now, you know, it's a question as to how this mid lane is going to continue to play out, as the Vladimir just isn't really in danger of death anytime soon.
I don't know. Lost chapter is online for this Ahri, and the cue ball true damage is a little scary. There could be a world where mid Coney could fall there, but is going to play it safe. We're not expecting them to go all out and limit test just yet. Support Coney is going to spot all 4 members off of the Scrying Orb in this jungle, but the Hexa Dragon will be picked up for Doga. They've claimed both objectives first this map around, kind of like what we saw in map number 1. So maybe this Doga team is just feeling themselves on the blue side. They're back on their home turf. They're back on very strong point-and-click champions. This could be a map number 2 going their way if they continue this type of pressure.
I mean, it's still super back and forth between these teams here. I mean, the Talia still going to be coming out on top as far as that Smite fight goes, but I mean, there's so much farm in this Volibear's pocket. You have to be worried about that early game skirmish potential here. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's Vladimir, right? You only really care about farm. You should be fine. Just go ahead and hop. Oh, hold on.
No, he's committed to this. The Ariel comes down, but the flash for it, it's not enough. And King Coney, he's desperately trying to kite away off of the ghost. but he will end up falling. First blood, though, did go into the bot side onto the Aphelios. He gets a little bit of extra gold there. The Weaver's Wall's going to be coming down as well, but it's going to get booped away as Kiona, hiding the opposite direction, unfortunately will end up falling. So there's 2 kills for the Aphelios. And wait, did...
1 kill.
Oh, no, okay. Okay, we did a replay. Okay, we did a replay. I didn't... I'm seeing things now.
But yeah, I mean, that's just a huge amount of power going over to some of their most important members, right? So Volibear needs that early gold, that early agency in order to make things happen. Meanwhile, Aphelios always going to be a threat. If you can get this champion going, then dear God, is he a threat here. Now going to be able to pick up a Noon Quiver, I'm pretty sure. All right. Now, not anything else there, but I mean, Noon Quiver to Kerchi's Shard, definitely something that you're going to be pretty happy about as the AD carry here. You know, mid lane, it's Vlad, right? As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted the first time. It is Vladimir, right? There is very little this champ wants outside of farm. Just, yeah, sure, I'll take the kills if you can give them to me, but all this champion wants is gold. Whether you get it through farm, whether you get it through kills, just look for what's consistent. And right now, I do like the fact that King Kony's looking for the... Okay, hold on, looking for this gank here, but there's just not too much going on between these teams to make use of that early gank. Like, you're not going to be able to get this top lane dive anytime soon. Meanwhile, Jimothy is getting dragged over to this top side, so Aatrox has to be super careful.
You there? But who knows? The Sheen online, so the 1v1 power is there. Not the 1v2 power, though. It might be top Coney, maybe. Getting 1v2 there, but now the foot grubs are spotted. They're noted, and 3 members are moving. So at least get 1 there. If you're Jimothy, yeah, you're going to get out with 4. Will you get out with your life there, though? You will get, use the ultimate to be able to get over the wall and live. So he walks away with 1. So 4 is better than only 3. And you're only giving 2 over to Mario Kart 7. So they're not going to get that much of a buff off of it. Unfortunately, you couldn't get the 5 stack, but at least you got something.
Yeah, but denying that 5th Void Grub stack is so crucial for the side of Omega Mario Kart 7. If any team knows how to make use of those Void Grubs, it is Omega Mario Kart 7. So they know to deny that strength there. This time around, it is still looking a lot more back and forth. Every time that Dorado are on blue side, it looks super back and forth here until we get to around 15 minutes where the game starts to really start to explode. But this is still much more controlled than what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I agree with you there. The second dragon's going to be spawning up in about a minute. It'll be an infernal dragon, so both these 2 teams are most likely going to be fighting over it. Which means we're going to have an interesting soul here in this game. The bot side advantage is definitely in favor of Mario Kart 7 for the time being, until this Jinx can start getting some kills, getting some items into their pocket. Won't be the first item picked up just yet for the Aphelios, but has that Kerchi's Shard. Noon Quiver will be a little bit more powerful than the Jinx going into this potential 5v5 over the Dragon. As Rocket maybe looking to go on to top Coney, but the World Ender is still online, so does not want to take that 1v1 inside of an enclosed space against a champion with that much lifesteal. So Luden's companion will be picked up for Talia going into this fight. We see that Jungle Coney is starting to pat down. The Charm's going to go wide on a blue shell, and now the fight is definitely not in your favor. But 3 members have already moved toward this dragon. They're going to go ahead and start it up. Jimothy engaging that one. The hook is going to land onto Kiona. The flail comes down as well as the ultimate and forces the flash out of Familio's shield. New North has the flash in order to not get stunned up from the lock slide. And a lot of util committed, ultis committed, flashes committed, and you lose the dragon if you are Dorado Gaming. Oh, they are able to slay mid-Coney, though. In the meantime, maybe going for a little bit of a steal over the wall. Blue Shell tries to go back over the wall, gets flailed away. Flash forward. Oh, it's ADC Coney making plays here. The Weaver's Wall is going to come down. It's going to look for an engage onto Jimothy. Can't really get any support from the team, though, as they are walled off. But Jimothy was not going to be long for this world if there's enough range out of ADC Coney, and there is not to catch up to the movement speed of a bear in the jungle. That's a huge fight win for Mario Kart 7.
A huge fight win for Mario Kart 7 there. I mean, as you said earlier, so many flashes were committed, but basically all of them were on the side of Dorado. So now Omega Mario Kart 7 able to flash on over to collect on those plays there. I mean, Blue Shell wanted to go for that hero play, you know, make use of some of that true damage on the REQ on the way back, but you cannot let this Thresh go through another game. Like, this Thresh has been so unbelievably instrumental. The flay on the Spirit Rush was so good. And then Aphelios says, hey, you know what? I trust my support so much, I'm going to flash straight over the wall into 2 people. I don't care if the Jinx is there. I don't care if the Ahri is there. I care about getting kills. I'll be able to get out with a Dark Passage. It should be just fine. I mean, Omega Mario Kart 7 are playing off of trust with one another, and you can see that very clearly with the way how every single one of these fights that comes down to trusting your teammate, there is zero hesitation for the side of Omega Mario Kart 7.
Well, we know that their team is Mario Kart 7 for a reason. Oh, Kiona found. Wait, no, there's no way that was calculated. There's no way he calculates that. Rocket gets another kill onto King Coney Jungle too. Like, what? Okay.
So you say there was no way that was calculated. There was not even remotely close to a chance of a kill in that mid lane. That was 150% aimed towards the Aatrox. Kiona has had a beautiful ultimate there. Going to be working out, getting the Jinx a little bit back online here, and also denying quite a bit of farm from top Coney here. Putting your top laner in the position that you want is a perfect position to find yourself in. In the meantime, a decent bit of trading going back and forth in the spot lane. I don't think any of it's going to lead to actual kills, but oh boy, here we go.
Might hear the Charm lands onto mid Coney. The Rift Herald should be picked up anyway for this side of Dorado Gaming. Flash out of Blue Shell. No more Spirit Rushes online, but the ultimate's going to be coming down onto Jungle Coney. It's at least a 1-for-1 trade. At the meantime, that rocket definitely was not calculated as it goes completely wide. Unable to find much of anything, and the trades come back in favor of Mario Kart 7, but the objective was traded out in the meantime, so Dorado going to have a little bit of that gold advantage. But honestly, I'm starting to get scared because, well, Rocket is online with this Camille, has the split pushing, was going to be struggling to go up against top Coney in that Aatrox. So that it was a great topside aggression to get that tower down, to get that top laner a couple kills, and get them online going. But now I'm scared because there's a 2-item Vladimir on the opposing team, and
One
it's
and a half.
well, yeah, it was but nearly a 2-item Vladimir on the enemy team, and I mean it's a Vladimir. The champion just doesn't die, so and does a bajillion damage for no reason, and so you can't really stop that.
Well, there's a reason. He's Vladimir. I mean, but I totally understand.
That's just like saying Smolder does a million damage because it's Smolder, you know?
Well,
like,
yeah, I totally get that, Cilantro, though. I mean, I think you, I, and everyone has had this before, right? Where you're doing super well in solo queue, you're having a good time, you're just like, hey, you know what? Maybe I can carry this game. You hit tab and you realize the enemy team's Vladimir has been very quietly picking up quite a huge amount of gold. And you're just like, okay, well, you know what? Maybe I've got the next game. Because Vladimir as a champion gets so unbelievably powerful in these later game fights, right? I mean, this champion is probably one of those that I would say is one of the hardest carry champions in the game, if ahead. Thankfully, for the side of Dorado, this King Coney in the mid lane is still very much not the craziest super far ahead Vladimir, right? You got 1.5 items, but this is slowly beginning to become a problem. Meanwhile, good patience from the bot lane here, looking to make something happen, but you're not going to be able to get too much in the trades.
Kiona gets great damage off of the Chompers onto ADC Coney, and that's basically taking the Aphelios out of the game as Blue Shell's going to land a charm on the mid Coney. Gets a good old Q toss. That's a good chunk of health gone, but as you know, it is a Vladimir, so he's just going to suck the blood out of everybody and get all of that back in the nick of time. Rocket with the split push into the top side. Just going to be able to pull the Aatrox into the lane. Has stun online, so if he tries to TP into this tower or dragon fight, will be able to. Chemtech Dragon is available. It will be a Chemtech Soul if this game can end up reaching the time limit for it. But who ends up knowing? Blue Shell holding a little bit of an off angle for their team as the support, the Thresh, is going to end up frontline. Lands a great hook onto the jungle where the ultimate comes down, but it's not really negating much of anything as the Rock Slide's going to go completely wide. It's great root off the Chompers on the mid Coney, but it does not matter as the Ghost has ended up procking in the jungle. Will it go into the favor of Mario Kart 7. It's Top Coney who gets the TP off online. The Moonlight Vigil comes down, and that is a ton of damage off of the fire gun. Rocket is going to find themselves soloed out and falling to the Aatrox with the World Ender. And this is looking great for Mario Kart 7. They had the spacing, they bought the time, they used the util properly, and this is the team fighting later on into the game that you don't want to be going into.
Yeah, we've seen this one time and time again here, where Omega Mario Kart 7 get into the mid game, they're slightly behind, we get into a team fight, and all of a sudden, enemy teams pushing up daisies. Like, it's just, the team fighting is so unbelievably strong here, and I am so glad to see Omega Mario Kart 7 back in form, but Dorado are far from out of this. The Jinx is scaling up. The Camille has been so instrumental on these side lanes. The Ahri, always a threat here. I mean, Blue Shell was picked as the mid lane MVP for a reason, but, I mean, King Coney in that jungle, there's a reason why he was the season MVP, because, man, this Talia has been so unbelievably strong.
Yeah, I was extremely surprised to see that it went through draft so precariously. But the Baron will be spawning now. Camille potentially winning out the 1v1 here. The flash does come out. Getting not find the kill onto mid Coney just yet, though. It'll be jungle Coney flashing forward to save out their mid laner. Thresh Coney comes down for a little bit of moral support because it's ended up not being needed in the meantime. And any hopes of a Baron angle are out the window for Dorado Gaming right now, as Blue Shell may be forced to retreat here. Can potentially land a charm onto Top Coney, just do a little bit of chunk damage, but won't be able to find a kill there just yet. Meanwhile, looks like they're trying to set up some sort of mid gank, maybe tower dive, because, you know, the Volibear ultimate is online. They could be looking for a Baron flip too. It seems like that's what their positioning is telling me, but no, they're going to end up backing off of whatever the previous call was.
I mean, shouldn't be anything too crazy just yet. I mean, as we saw before, right? Mega Mario Kart 7, super calm and controlled team went ahead. The last game, they just straight up choked out the entirety of that game. And this time around, it's a lot more back and forth. So we're going to have to see how things continue. I mean, you've got a Vladimir, you've got an Aphelios, you've got Talia, so scaling is definitely not a bad option for a Mega Mario Kart 7. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Volibear is slowly falling off, but the Camille and Jinx are going to be getting back into this game as long as this game continues, right? You got to be so careful.
Agree. If there's anything that can win a game, it will be a Jinx, because all she needs is one assist, and with 3 items online, that is extremely powerful. With full build online, that's extremely powerful alone. As Tungle Cody, putting in the work, going for the tower dive onto Rocket, might not be going into their favor. One more turret shot will not be able to find it, but the Rocket and Kiona, they come up big. That's 2 shutdowns for the team of Dorado Gaming. And that is wonderful. They are absolutely cheering it in the voice comms right now. The angle for the Baron has come online for them. If they decide to go for it, it will be started up. Vision will be cleared. And yes, Jimothy is going to end up hitting it. The TP's coming in out of the Camille. No ultimate online, though. Do they have the damage? The Jinx with the static shiv and a BF sword noon quiver. It will be mid lane Coney coming in. He might have the damage, but is going to get stunned now from Rocket and forced out of the river entirely. Support Coney and Aphelios. It's up to you guys to make a play for going to the Moonlight Vigil. Comes down and it does not matter. Another stun lands on the mid Coney, but it doesn't matter because he's Platinum here, so he's able to pick up the kill onto the Camille anyway. And now they're running down kills. A flash onto ADC Coney, but the Weaver's Wall is going to be helping them get away in time. Jimothy, you're a quarter of HP. You got to be careful, as topside Coney's going to get exhausted out with the shield, spell shield online from the Edge of Night, so he's not going to be able to get Chain CC'd up just yet. But holy wonders, Dorado Gaming putting in the fight. They don't want to go down without swinging.
Yeah, they will not go quietly into that night. It looked like such a good play from Omega Mario Kart 7. It was controlled, it was clear, it was the classic, hey, this is a top laner in a side lane. They walked up a little bit too far. Let's just 2v1 dive them. Surprise, surprise, you're not 2v1ing Rocket. It is a 2v2 with Rocket and Super Mega Death Rocket in the wings there, as the Camille getting that essentially double, right? I mean, shout out to Kiona with these rocks. The Jinx rocks have been incredible, I gotta say. But
oh yeah,
all of that aside, it ends up working out so well. That's not just a kill in the bot side, it's immediately transitioned into the full-on Baron. And now, Mega Mario Kart 7, I said before that they had a 1-3-1 composition that would be fine with grouping up, but now that they're forced to group up, it's a lot more difficult.
Mid lane turret will end up falling there. The split push from Rocket is looking great. Timothy's going to be coming down for a little bit of support. That is going to be the Edge of Night Shield procced already. Rocket looking to win out, and the 1v1 one more auto will do it and will be able to kill topside Coney. This game is seeing, you visually saw the momentum completely 180 into the favor of Dorado Gaming, and now it is up to them to close out the game. They are up against a team on Soul Point, however, but that doesn't matter too much because, well, it's a Chemtech Soul, so it's okay, I guess. But now what they really need to do is get that gold lead ahead as much as possible. And the best way to do that is to run around and take all the towers. It's going to be another mid lane engage.
Oh my God.
Kiona able to clean up that one. That's going to give them an attack speed boost to slay this mid lane turret, and they're going to go farther. They want the inhibitor turret. There's a bit of an off angle coming in from Jungle Coney, but the turret's not going to live long enough for you to get engaged and involved in this fight, but might be able to get a little bit of a split off once that support comes out online. They've yet to spot this one out, but they're going to go for the bot side inhibitor turret in the meantime anyway, while they have that Baron buff online. And they want to open up 2 inhibitors, make it even more. This Jinx is firing on all cylinders, and they've spotted out. Jungle Coney has the flash, but it doesn't matter because Camille ult. Rocket with the blaze, and this might be game. It is definitely the angle for it. If they can find an engage, they need the waves. They have the pushing power to do so, but they don't have the Baron buff online anymore. So that will open up Mario Kart 7 an angle to be able to shove back, and we will finally have a little bit of a cooldown period.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so back and forth throughout this game, but one big fight and Dorado have taken absolutely over. It was looking pretty dang convincing for the side of Omega Mario Kart 7 for a while, and now all of a sudden it's wrestled out from under them here, and it doesn't feel like they can actually play towards that scaling win condition that we saw before. But I don't know, like, it's just completely unprecedented how much power this Dorado squad has been able to muster up.
I agree, Anti. And you know, you were saying that there's no way that this Thresh makes it to game number 4 in the draft. At this point, I don't think that the Camille is making it to game number 4. There's no way this champion does not get pick or banned out from the side of Mario Kart 7. If they do lose this map, I mean, we're going to be expecting Mario Kart to be opting for the blue side going into game number 4. As Rocket, you know, you can have your fun, mess around, beat up the Aatrox as much as you please. You have my blessing. Go ahead, go for it. Just try not to get 2v1 because the Weaver's Wall is still up for Jungle Coney. And there's only one tier 2 left on the map. And I mean, well, it's got to be obvious that they're going to go for this. But there's not really anything you could do to stop it. You have super minions in the bot side and mid side. Somebody's going to eventually have to respond to those. So this turret will be long gone for this world. The Jinx has 3 items online as well. After that immense fight, pushing down into the base, the Infinity Edge is up and running. Has a little bit of an attack speed boost off of popping that tower, so they want to pop another one to get Kiona up and gunning, but not much is going to be coming out just yet as the wave push is able to be matched there. Super minions are going to be crashing into the bot side, and now, you know, just go ahead, catch that mid wave and move towards the next dragon.
All right, but as far as this game continues here, there's 2 inhibs down. That's 8 towers for the side of Dorado Gaming, and surprisingly only a 4k gold deficit for a Mega Mario Kart 7 here. So right now, with the fully completed Lord Dominic's Regards on the Aphelios, it's a question as to whether or not they can make something out of this power spike, right? You have to make something happen sooner rather than later. Yes, you can give up the dragon. It's not going to be the end of the world with that one, but I mean, either Dorado had to find a way how to seal out this game soon, or Omega Mario Kart 7 are going to slowly find ways how to fight on these power spikes, on these crazy openings, these all-in potentials. I mean, look at the Vladimir, just a little bit more gold, and you can see that death cap being picked up, and it would be an absolutely devastating moment to find yourself in. I mean, that's like, what, 70 more gold, and it should be the death cap completed. So we're gonna give a little bit more over to the Vladimir. Meanwhile, the Baron's gonna start it up here. The Chemo Plague could go crazy, but this damage on the Baron's going crazy.
There's not nearly enough time for them to be able to respond to the Baron push, and like you were saying, this game is not over yet. We still have one more key climax for this game, and to see where the momentum will shift. Will it go back in favor of Mario Kart 7 and they steamroll to the end of the game, or will Doga come up with a game-winning fight and go to series point here to win our grand finals? Who will see? We only time can tell if this Vladimir is going to be the key fight. The Weaver's Wall, though, is massive. All 3 members, but that is an Ari with the Spirit Rush able to go over the wall. Kiona is firing rockets as much as possible, but it's got to be careful because Vladimir damage is annoying. Meanwhile, Rocket able to find the ADC in the backside with Jimothy there for support. And this is already a fight looking to go favor. Rocket fights 2 with little to no HP. And now they're turning on the mid-side Coney with the exhaust. The pool might not be enough to save you. Your carry has fallen. Your top laner has fallen. And it will be a Mario Kart 7 falling under one map as Dorado Gaming will take series point. Going into match point. Oh, it's not over just yet, as you know. Oh, they got defted. The inhibitor spawned while they were trying to hit the nexus. Either way, this game will be over. Doga is gonna go up 2-1 to match point.
Oh my god, Cilantro. And I was not a believer. I thought it was going to be a swift 3-0 for Mega Mario Kart 7, but right now, it seems like we've got a series on our hands at the least. Dorado Gaming Alpha right now up 8 point on series point here. They could take the entire set with one more game, so don't go anywhere. The fact that they've gotten this far is crazy to say the least, but I mean, if you've been a Dorado fan from the beginning, you already knew what was coming.
Oh yeah, I'm taking my rocket stonks and I'm riding them to the moon, baby. We're going to match point. Dorado wants to win the grand finals. Let's get it.
as days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. Sometimes I feel that my luck's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal.
Every time we say goodbye, they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Giving a warning, I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes. Don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. without giving a warning. Believe without giving a. But every time they goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. I just wanna be happy.
Voices going through my head. These voices telling me what I said about you, about us and what we do. I will get your heart so voices going through my head. These voices telling me what I said about you, about us and what we do. I'm shit too.
Oh shit. Okay, we're going to speedrun this for two reasons. One, we're ready to get into map number 4, and two, my camera battery is about to die. So we are going to speedrun this as fast as possible. Anything stupid on the game? Oh, I see Gwen Jungle again. Okay.
Okay. Well, wait a second.
No, there's no way that's set jungle. There's no way that.
No. It's not just ways. Is it Omega Mario Kart 7 on blue side?
I think so. That's the way we have it set up. So
Okay, because this looks like this looks like a Dorado comp on the left and an Omega Mario Kart 7 comp on the right, right? Like, you know, so they've taken away Kiona's Jinx, and the Gwen jungle was not an Omega Mario Kart 7 pick. That was a Dorado Gaming pick, right? So this is unprecedented to say the least, but okay, so let's look at the team compositions. Let's look at their strengths here. So Dorado Gaming, you know, you've got Milio, you've got Callista, right? That's a lot of power in the 2v2 for the lane. And then once you've got into the team fight, you've got the R button, right? It's all good. The set ulti doesn't necessarily have to suppress anyone because you got the Milio ulti. Cool. You've taken away the Talia. Talia can help out across the map. It's most definitely going over to Blue Shell because we've seen that Talia work out dividends in that mid lane time and time again. Meanwhile, Jimothy on the Shin Zhao, a very strong jungler here. Now, Gwen jungle is not that common of a pick. We've seen it a few times. We've seen it work well, and you know, as a team fight, it works great by Cilantro. But Gwen jungle, one of those picks that we're gonna have to see how it is that our MVP of the season actually plays around it, right? So there's very little time to see whether or not they have this practice or if they're just trying to actively remove the possibility of having to play Gwen set, but I don't know. This is one of those things that I'm almost confident is a directly suggested pick here, where it's like, hey, we want Gwen, we want her for the jungle, right? So I'm excited to see how it does work out.
Right, I have another battery. It's not fully charged, but yeah, you know.
No worries.
At this point, I'm only gonna be on camera for another 2 minutes anyway, for the time being. So
it's all right. I'll just keep chatting here. But I mean, as far as things are concerned, right? So I honestly don't know about the Jinx takeaway. So like, don't get me wrong, Kiona's Jinx did tons of work, right? Those rockets were insane. So much cross map plays there. But as far as the team fight's concerned, it's like, yeah, Jinx is going to do work, but it's not like any other AD carry couldn't do that much when ahead like that, right? I don't know. How do you feel about this, Cilantro?
Okay, so something that concerns me a little bit is the bot side that was picked for Dorado. I don't really like Callista Milio combo together. It kind of feels like dis-synergy, like Callista wants something to go in so she can pull them out and fight, and they can take fights off that. Or retrospectively, they want to go ahead and pair that with the Renata, who helps engage fights for Callista to fight off of. So it's very interesting. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, I'm not their draft coach for a reason, so
okay, so let me explain how it works out to you. So the Callista Milio, right? Very, very strong individual champions. And the laning phase is one of the biggest strengths Callista has as a champion. And Milio's W gives her more of that auto attack range, you know, gives her more of that extra healing, so she can go in for a little bit more extended trades, right? I mean, usually when you're fighting against the Jinx, the two things, right? The two things that you have to be worried about is, number one, she has more auto range than you. That, like, no matter what champion you're playing, that's almost always going to be correct. Two, if you do an extended trade, her minigun puts out more damage than what you'll be able to put out. Milio allows you to mitigate that. So the big question is, how good is this Blitzcrank? We saw the Thresh. We saw it work out super, super well. So unless you can land a hook onto Milio or Callista, this Blitzcrank won't be very helpful, but all you need is that one hook.
I agree. Blitzcrank hooks are devastating, something you definitely have to keep your eye out for. On the other hand, there is a cannon in the top side for a rocket. That's something that could be extremely powerful.
Oh, yeah.
And going up against a set too, as screaming, give me lane prio as much as possible. I'm going to be expecting Jimothy to come to that top side. a lot this game, although is gonna need to be in the bot side too, because Kalista does not want to play from behind. So once to get that Kalista ahead early on and then start pathing to the top side. Yes, Kennen can beat out Set in the solo off of the range if played properly. Kennen can win it out. Depending on it's literally just pure skill. Honestly, this matchup is going to be pure skill unless one of the junglers comes up. But I would say get to the bot side, get Kiona ahead on this Kalista early, and then start focusing to the top side.
Now, it's kind of interesting, right? Because there's a few ways how things break down. Like, for example, in other games, right? So let's say you look at a game like Smash Ultimate, right? Where you have certain matchups like Wolf versus Puff or Wolf versus Cloud, right? Where those matchups are considered even, but against Cloud, it's because both of those champions have very good tools that can play against one another, and it's just toe-to-toe, blow for blow, whatever. And then you have Puff versus Wolf, which is it's perfectly even until either player messes up a single time and they instantly get deleted and they instantly die. That's how the Kennen Set matchup works out, right? Where it's honestly totally even, right? It's fine. Set touches Kennen once, Kennen dies. Kennen gets to just hit Set on repeat for absolutely forever. So it's a huge stressor point for the side of Dorado as to whether or not Rocket can get ahead with this Kennen. So now you've got the Kiona on the Kalista, Rocket on the Kennen, a lot of stress on two lanes. Mid lane can go even just fine. No matter what, you should be okay. Bot lane and top lane, if they die a single time, might just die the rest of the laning phase, and it is a huge worry.
I have to agree with you there, Anti, but who knows? We're finally through all of those errors that we were having within client clashes and all of that, but we are finally into the game. Hopefully no pauses throughout this one. We have a match point for Dorado, and they are not on the elusive blue side that has a 100% win rate this game so far. So will Doga be able to come out on top and end that streak? They're riding the momentum off of a map win, but Mario Kart 7 has to play from behind or they are going home with a second place finish here tonight.
Yeah, and getting second place after staying in first the entire season is rough as hell. I mean, Doga's mid laner, Dorado's mid laner changing his tag to Blue Shell is so topical here. I mean, that's exactly what it would feel like, right? You know, you're sitting in first place, you're sitting pretty, all of a sudden Blue Shell above your head, you don't have any mushrooms, you don't have any boost, you cannot get past this, and the Talia has been so instrumental through this entire series.
I have to agree with you there. I think it actually is ironic. Blue side has had the 100% win rate, but each team that has... Actually, no, because Mario Kart 7 did lose last game. I was going to say both teams that have the Talia end up winning the game too, but Mario Kart 7 had Talia last game and did end up losing, so that is no longer a viable stat. And here we go. We have this top side matchup. Rocket getting free autos off onto the Set, like you mentioned, but Set, you know, top Coney, they're not bad at the game, so they're going to find ways to be able to fight back. And I'm really going to look to see how this level 2 plays out in this bot side, because that hook is now online for the Blitzcrank, and you've got to be careful.
Yeah, you absolutely have to be careful here, especially with a Glacial Augment Blitzcrank, which means that, you know, the Blitz, if he just flashes forward and autos with the Power Fist, it just turns into a huge rough point for Kiona on that Kalista, because whether or not that hits New North or Kiona, the slowing field is such a rough thing to have to deal with as the Kalista. The fact that slows on your move speed also slow down your autos as Kali is something you never really have to worry about unless you're running into Glacial Augment, Ash, or, you know, some other constant slow champion. So, you know, good pickup for the Blitzcrank here to pick up that Glacial.
Now, one thing I'm going to point out is in the draft here and on the Rift now, you see that Mid Coney has opted for the Azir pick. This is something that has yet to be picked in this best of 5 series. So we haven't seen Mid-Coney play this. We haven't seen either of these two teams play this. So I'm guessing it's got to do with something with the draft. They wanted high AP mid lane damage, so they couldn't get
Well-
the Leo, so they opt for the Azir to combo with the Gwen if possible. It's not a bad pick. We all know Azir to be a great champion. I'm just saying, just to note, this is the first time this champ has come out this series.
Well, it's the first time this champ's come out the series, but it's not the first time this game here. Meanwhile, oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. I flashed for that. I'm in. I don't.
There's no
win
flash.
ring. I don't. What? Blue Shell
Jimothy
has
doesn't have flash.
Blue Shell has flash.
Yeah, you don't have any cooldowns.
I don't know. In a world, I would have flashed for that in a world. But there's a reason I don't win my ranked games. So, oh, there's the flash. See, there it is. See.
Yeah, you wait for the cooldowns, but either way, speaking of cooldowns, right now, Dorado in a rough spot here. Every cooldown being pumped into the spot lane
Oh, what is
as
this?
Kiona is barely going to be able to survive here, but... Oh my lord. The blue shell taking that first blood. I mean, we said it before this series began. Blue shell and Kiona have two of the highest first blood rates in this league. A huge amount between these two players. Yes, King Coney in that mid lane had honestly played that first gank exceedingly well, but there's only so far you can get without having a flash out here. But now this is a Talia in the mid lane without flash. You got to be really dang careful here, but there's not much setup until the Azir hits level 6. So yeah. I know you said that we haven't seen the Azir in this series so far. We've seen King Coney's Azir so many times during the regular season.
I don't remember. I just remember Talia. Honestly, all I remember is Talia. But Jungle Coney is potentially going to be remembering this gank for the rest of the game next time they try to go for a Void Grubs, as they're going to be able to pick up one at least. You know, Mario Kart Doga has recognized, hey, the blue side, the last time around they were blue side, they got the Void Grubs early on and were able to use that advantage to snowball into winning the game out. We're going to deny that pickup this time around, so they stop those Void Grub takes. And first Divide is going to be able to come down with the Flash Million from New North, and the perfect timing from Jimothy. Cleanse the Knockable to the Blitzcrank. Can they solidify the kill just yet though? New North not really supposed to be able to take kills, as that is a part of the passive, but they are able to clean up at least one. Mid-Coney is going to be able to flash away. Jimothy, you have no HP, you have no flash.
No way.
You got to get out with your life. And they get this Doga team. They just got away with murder. You know the hit TV show series, How to Get Away with Murder? Yeah, Doga wrote the script.
Oh my god. And if surviving on 1 HP ain't the road to El Dorado, I don't know what is. Dorado's Gaming Alpha is coming out on top here. I mean, we expected Omega Mario Kart 7 to fall behind in the laning phase. Like, that's honestly something that we've seen time and time again. It happens every single series, every single game. But falling behind in the laning phase usually means that they get ahead in objectives during those points here. And right now, it is not working out under any sort of circumstance here. Either way, we'll have to see how the game fully progresses here, because you remember that last game, Omega Mario Kart 7, we're super far ahead, and then it just took one fight, one opportunity for that Baron here, and all of a sudden the Jinx was online, the mid laner was online, and there was just so little that Omega Mario Kart 7 could do. So we might be able to see that comeback, but Dorado on point here. 2 Void Grubs, 1 Dragon, looking for that third victory.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to see in the top side coming out of Rocket. It has those Sork Shoes online, has got the advantage in the laning against top King Coney. I want to see that CS lead start to dwindle far and farther away from the set, if at all possible. Gonna need help from the Gwen to be able to come back into this game. If played properly out of Rocket, is going to get pulled in there though, so it's going to have to find ways to dodge those. Maybe a stun, could look for Solo Bolo with the ultimate on the Maelstrom, but not going to be going for it just yet. Meanwhile, the Tiamat has been picked up in the jungle lane from Jimothy, so I want to see that CS lead start to dwindle into their favor on this Jin Zhao as well. However, Gwen is most likely just going to be left to their own accords farming right now because they do have a little bit of losing lanes. Can find gank angles though to turn those into their tides, but the Jin Zhao, you came on strong, Jimothy, with early ganks. I know you have the farming pressure now. You have your lanes in great spots. I want to see you keep that pressure online, though, and continue to shut down these members of Mario Kart 7. Beat their mental into the ground so that they can't come back.
Honestly, one of the things I do want to note here, right? So this Kennen was a red side last pick Kennen. And I know a lot of people have been complaining, oh, well, you know, red side kind of sucks right now. Last pick doesn't really matter here. But right now, that absolutely doesn't matter. We are not talking about that whatsoever. It's the fight in the bot lane.
We are talking about Kiona throwing this mage at the enemies to land the knockup. Going to be forcing the flash, not the flash, the ghost, out of ADC Coney there. No flash committed just yet, but what a play going for the engage off of the back timers there. Should be able to find a way to shove these lanes back, but fairly even bot side at the moment. I'm going to be expecting one of these junglers to come down and sort of break that scuttle, or that little shuffle that we have there. Meanwhile, we have a little bit of a jungle 1v1 here. Needlework's going to be committed as well, as you're caught out in a 3v1, essentially. You got to find an angle to retreat to your top laner, but they're not going to be able to find it, as the Grand Slam's going to come down and be able to stun up Rocket too, forcing the flash after them, not committing the Maelstrom to that fight, as the Jinx Rocket is going to end up finding nothing too. So Jimothy will end up getting shut down, and that's going to be 4 Void Grubs into the bucket. This time around Mario Kart 7, they brought reinforcements to the objective fight.
Woo, baby. Mega Mario Kart 7 finally getting a little bit into this, but you know, Blitzcrank in a rough spot here, just barely going to be able to survive. No flash available, no health under that robot's wings, but either way, here's the strength of Kalista, just going to be able to continue to put out so much early pressure here. And I mean, had those Void Grubs gone over, maybe you see another tower plate or two going over to the side of Dorado. But in the meantime, the single tower plate, 2 tower plates, sorry, and huge CS lead is what they're going to have to be content with. But honestly, oh my god, wait,
they want to
they've thrown 4 over?
I am 100% okay with this. The Weaver's Wall online, they do not know that they're on a ward. Honestly, did not want that hook to land. 3 turret plates should be able to be picked up for free, though, if they can get this wave shoved out in the nick of time. Gwen's going to be there for a bit of reinforcement. No Jungle Dragon is up yet, so you are going to lose a little bit if you are Blue Shell there. In terms of CS, so you're going to be down a little bit going up against mid Coney, but you know, you have this damage off of that Lost Chapter and Sword Boots. They can just fire back with, so it doesn't really matter. I believe that the bot lane of Mario Kart 7 is caught on the wrong side of the rift here, and they're under the tower of the enemy team. Needlework is not going to be finding much of anything. The Blitzcrank will end up falling, and they give him that kill over to Kiona, who's going to flash forward and throw the Milio at the enemy team to get the knockup. It's going to be a double kill for Kiona on this Kalista, looking to get a third online, but the movement speed out of Gwen is just too much, and that is one way to get your ADC online and in the game.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff here, but here's exactly what I was talking about earlier, where Kennen will do so well into set, right? I mean, can just hit set throughout the entirety of the laning phase, but the moment that Yordle gets touched a single time, the rat dies, and King Coney on the set, going to be able to pick up that kill, going to be able to pick up a few plates here, and finally going to be able to see a little bit of respite in this top lane. And beautiful stuff from the side of Dorado, but all of a sudden we are getting the solo plays for the side of Omega Mario Kart 7 in order to take things back here. So they're far from out of it, but this definitely isn't a position you want to find yourself in as Omega Mario Kart 7 here, as right now they're further behind in gold at this point in the game than they have the entirety of the series. In that first game, which was an absolute stomp from Doga as far as things are concerned, you know, like 15 minutes in, they're down like quite a few kills, but still less than 3k gold, right? These teams tend to stay very, very close to one another.
I agree. We're gonna see how Doga they can't let their foot off the gas here. So we're gonna see how they can snowball this into the later half of the game. Maybe through this top side gank, a little bit of a pincer that we have going on here. The Weaver's Wall is gonna come down, so it's gonna be a 3v2 going straight onto top side. Coney first is gonna miss most of the abilities, so that shield's not gonna keep him alive for much longer. Should be giving this kill on over to Rocket to get them bouncing back into this life state. Good choice of a time to go for the kill as he got those Swords Boots and the Proto Belt online as well. So that was a great power spike timing there. Oh, it's going to be support. Cody's finding a nice hook, knock up the CC combos there, but the heal does come out. It's going to be able to flash away from the W, and this Super Mega Death Rocket finds absolutely nothing. Empress Divine's going to be coming out as Jimothy is looking to run down the mid laners. He's used most of their cooldowns. No flashes online, but it doesn't matter when you have the Shadow Clone Jutsu to go over the wall. And now things should be able to settle down just a bit. But this will be Jimothy spotted out into the bot side. That could be the angle for them to move up and take this Rift Herald if you are Mario Kart 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good amount of plays back and forth across the map here. Oh, no.
Oh, they might have found Kiona. This is not good. This is going to be a shutdown. But it goes over to the Blitzcrank. Oh, no. You are 100% okay with that if you are Kiona. I mean, you're obviously not okay with dying, but you're 100% fine that this shutdown did not go to your counterpart.
Yeah, I mean, that going over to the Blitz does mean that you're probably going to be getting something like the Zeke's Herald, you know, a little bit. I guess Zeke's Harbinger it is that a little bit earlier, but right now, the biggest concern is the fact that the objective bounties are getting put right into the pockets of Omega Mario Kart 7. There's that first tower and objective bounty gold going over at the same time. Definitely not a position you want to find yourself in, but at the very least, you finish off your first core item. You have the Vamp Scepter completed here. So Kiona sitting pretty with that one, so needs to just find a way how to push with that lead.
Yeah, it's definitely a critical error, but not something to write home about just yet because the game is not over, and I doubt that that kill is really going to come back to bite them. It's if it was a shutdown onto the Jinx, maybe we could say it's a little bit of something that could affect later on in the game, but right now, for now, it's no harm, not too much foul, as we have about 2 minutes till the next dragon spawns. Now, if Kiona dies here again, gets caught out, then we might have a little bit of a talk, but is going to be perfectly fine. Support Coney not looking for the hooks just yet. Maybe just waiting to catch one of them out. Now, Jimothy might be pinging for positioning onto this Rift Herald, looking for the topside gank potentially. Can they stop the recall, though, out of King Coney? It's not looking like they're going to be opting for that, so they're just going to go ahead let them go for that. But the next Rift Herald, the Rift Herald is the next objective online. And for Tina, yeah.
Before any big objectives come up and we get a bunch of fighting again, I kind of want to talk about the ingenuity that is this cannon pick, right? So Omega Mario Kart 7 see the way how Doga draft, right? And they say, hey, you know what? Oh, wait, hold on. I guess they don't want me to get a chance to talk here because we're just getting a full-on fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, nothing's going to be coming out of this, though. I'm looking at this bot side fight as the Empress Divide is going to push Blue Shell into the turret, and the Needlework is going to be able to help find that shutdown. It goes over to the Dizzy's here. Another slam is going to be coming down to the top side. Coney for Rocket's going to dodge that, but will not be able to dodge out onto the punch. And it's 2 kills over to the side of Mario Kart 7 so far. This Doga team, they're coming in. They're trying to play for cleanup, but it's not looking like they have the angles or the speed to be able to find them. The solo plays on the opposite sides of the map are coming up huge. Mario Kart 7 is finding the angles to play together and to play with their numbers, and that is how they are going to find angles to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to do a little bit of analysis, but Omega Mario Kart 7 just shut me up with a billion fights all across the map. 3 lanes across, and 2 wins, 1 draw. I mean, if you're Mario Kart 7, you are so happy with how that one worked out here. And now we're starting to get into a little bit of a rough spot here. So around this dragon, you have to win this. The team that wins this fight wins this game.
Jimothy
Oh,
just gets
Lord.
caught out. It's so unfortunate, but it still might be turnable as Kiona is able to find one, but trades out their life. And now the Jinx passive is getting online, so it's not looking like a potential fight winner at all. It looked like Jimothy, he wanted to stage in the bush and catch someone out, but his team just was not on the same page as them. And
Rocket
it
still
is
has ulti.
Rocket able to trade out at least one so far. He's going to be able to face check the bush. King Coney, it's a set, so it doesn't really matter. He can do whatever he pleases. And they are going to recall, so the dragon will not be started up. So at least you don't lose an objective for now. There's a TP in the mid lane, though. That's going to be Azir coming back. Maybe Midside Coney feeling like they want to go for an all-in off of their set, too. Neither one of these two teams giving up the fight angle just yet. Even though, I mean, this is starting to feel a little bit over for at least the side of Doga. This is here is starting to hurt quite a bit. Jimothy looking for another engage angle if possible. That's going to be the set walking forward. The Maelstrom comes down. The slam does come down, but they're able to trade out the set, so they get a kill for trading out the dragon. It's a 4-man Empress divide, but can they get the kills off of this? So far, they're only able to trade out into Rocket and the Jinx, and they get all 4. Can they get all 5? It's a clean ace for Mario Kart 7, and at this rate, this Doga team does not have an angle to come back at this rate.
Oh my god. Omega Mario Kart 7 with another miracle team fight out of nowhere. And this is what I was trying to warn you about, Cilantro. We might not have seen this Azir come out in this series just yet, but we've seen it in the regular season time and time again, where every single time the Azir would do okay at best in the lane, and every single team fight it would be a humongous wall. Like, I just cannot stress how unbelievably strong this man's team fighting is with this Azir. I was pretty dang surprised that it had as little prio as it did, because as you can see, Mid Coney's Azir, so unbelievably terrifying. And right now, we're seeing the set walk in on this Kennen, and it's not looking great.
Yeah, Kennen, even with this Maelstrom coming down, may be able to win this with the 2v1. Does pick up the kill in the top side Coney, so that's at least a little bit of a saving grace for you there to keep this Kennen online and keep them scaling. You still have Kiona on the Callista as well, packing up as many items as possible. Rabadon's already picked up second item for Mid Coney. They're going to push this lead and they want to end this game. They already are thinking about map number 5. But I don't think that this Doga team has given up on winning out this game just yet. Rocket does get caught out. The Proto Belt is not going to be enough to save you. The Needlework will be able to find that kill, but it is at least traded out 1 for 1. And now they're looking to start this Baron as they spotted out that the jungler was into the bot side, but I don't think that they have nearly enough damage to slay this in time before the Gwen gets their TPs coming in, so the set will be in the fight soon, and the Empress Divide is online for Mid Coney. He hits all 4 members, and the Baron damage is so much too, and it will be topside Coney coming in. That Milio healing is not going to be enough to save you here, or now, or in the next game, as it's going to be another clean slaughter, and they're just going to take the Baron for themselves off that. That's 2 aces in the matter of 3 minutes.
I swear to God, any team that gets ahead in this tournament is just not allowed to win. I mean, Omega Mario Kart 7 had a single game where they got ahead and actually stayed ahead. Doga had a single game where they got ahead and stayed ahead. Now that you got those 1 games out of the way, no longer are you allowed to do that. Now comebacks are the only things allowed. I hate winning in League of Legends. I only want to be behind. Right? That's what these teams are telling us, and oh my lord, Omega Mario Kart 7 still bring out these miracle team fights, and this time, it's not even a miracle. What is a miracle is what Doga will need in order to get back into this. Look at that gold lead, almost 10k. I mean, that's 7k gold lead for the side of Omega Mario Kart 7. It's 22 minutes in. We've got 2 full items on the set, finally. And the Kennen counterpick not quite working out here as the Callista starts to fall off more and more as this game moves on.
Yeah, and I don't know what to say, Anti. I don't know if there is an angle for Dorado to fight back here, because, I mean, the scaling just is unmatchable with the comp that they have. The Azir is just going to only get more powerful. Riftmaker's been picked up for the Gwen. And she's only going to get even more powerful with AP scaling. And a Set, I mean, Set can just build tank from now on and just sit there in front of your team and you won't do anything to him, no matter what. So it's really not looking like there's an angle for Dorado to come back. I mean, they might surprise me with a team fight here or there where they find a couple picks and find their way back into, but mid-Coney, he misses the Emperor's Divide. Maybe that's the angle. You got to bait out the Emperor's Divide, make him miss, and then re-engage, go for a team fight. I don't know. I don't see an angle, and Dorado, I don't know if they see one either. It's starting to look like they're getting nervous and they're getting scared.
Yeah, it's honestly a little bit of a question here, but you know, we all miss those ultis every now and then here. Meanwhile, Rocket trying to look to make something happen here. Talia ulti in.
And they're trying to, they do get a shutdown onto the Jinx, and that goes into Rocket's pockets. That's pretty good. The hook's gonna end up landing. The needlework comes down.
Oh my god.
It's a big grand slam. Can they turn this onto the Set though? It's an immense amount of knockouts, but the damage just isn't there yet. This is what I was talking about, Anti. It took so long to kill that Set. And he's only going to get even tankier from here on out. So Dorado is up 2 members. They're looking to chase down the scraps, the silver scraps left standing. They're going to go ahead and start the dragon, force these members to react. They're going to be able to stop these backs as well. King Koni's going to get stunned up. It was a TP. The Maelstrom comes out. It's multiple members stunned, but Rocket ends up falling. Gwen goes immune, so they're going to be able to eat those rocks basically for free. And you got to be careful here because the fight is 100% turnable for the side of Mario Kart 7. And because they have that damage, Rocket may be underestimating what that team can do with those 3 members right there. But they do get the objective in the meantime. They're sitting at Soul Point. Can this Dragon Soul be the savior of this team?
Yeah, I don't know. It's honestly incredible. Like, we were saying that Omega Mario Kart 7 was great at those miracle team fights. And that Dogo needed a miracle. Congratulations, you found your miracle. Dorado gonna be able to find their way back into this one, all starting off of 1 pick on the Jinx. That's the biggest thing you have to be worried about if you're a Jinx player. If you take the Jinx early and you take it without any sort of peeling support here, you're going to be a sitting duck once you're alone, right? I mean, that's the big reason as to why you take the Milio away as Dorado here is Jinx doesn't get access to million range auto attacks, and you don't just get a bunch of free ways to walk out of CC here. Meanwhile, you know, the cannon just does 1 billion damage, and there's not a single exhaust on the side of Omega Mario Kart 7. So Rocket, with the flash up, with the rocket belt up, will be doing an unbelievable amount of damage here. Once that death cap is finished, I'm so scared for the side of Dorado. Sorry, on the side of... I'm so scared for the side of Omega Mario Kart 7. You know what I mean.
Yeah, we know what you mean, but the death cap will be returning on the opposite side with Gwen, who has that needlework that just can cut through all of the members of Doga if they choose to stack up like so. And Kiona looking to build towards that 3rd item. I think it's going to be a wit's end for them. Makes sense with the amount of CC on the other side as well as AP damage. So this next fight, I believe, might be the one, Anti, that decides the fate of this game. Rocket a little bit a ways away from having that death cap online, whereas the Gwen is a little bit closer. So I feel like it's kind of a race to who can get death cap maybe to turn the tide of this game. Well, I mean, Mario Kart 7 has the tide of this game. It's looking, and you know, Dogo wants to turn it into their favor. The Baron is going to be up in 45 seconds. I don't feel like Doga should fight this one, but I also think that they kind of need to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just, it's honestly a big conundrum, right? Because on one hand, right, getting that Hextech Soul is such a large boon for you. I mean, the ability to make sure that Omega Mario Kart 7 is slightly slowed usually doesn't mean that much. But slight slows when you're running for your life against a cannon actually means quite a bit, right? So that is essentially one of their big win conditions. But at the same time, if you give it up, then like, okay,
no.
that's not a big deal. Oh my god.
That is a big deal. That right there is a big deal. Jimothy gets caught out. The Empress Divide finds absolutely nothing, but ADC Coney fires up and gets on the line. They're looking to run down Kiona, shut down this AD carry. You cannot walk up to anything when a Blitzcrank is online. The Maelstrom. That's a lot of damage. Kiona is firing off with the autos. Is it going to be enough to save this fight, save this team? It's going to be pulling the support back. The Needlework is going to be able to slow them down. They're not going to be able to get out, and that's the threat of the Blitzcrank anti. You cannot walk up to walls.
It only takes one hook, Cilantro, and just like that, Omega Mario Kart 7 just queuing up that Silver Scrapes, bringing us to a game number 5. Oh my lord. You cannot sleep on either of these teams at any point. One more game. Here we go.
You know what? I have nothing to say. Let's just cue it to a break, honestly. Honestly,
yeah,
we just cut to a break.
Yeah, just go ahead and cut to the next one. We're going to the game 5. We're going the full distance. Cannot believe it. Beautiful stuff from both teams, and Omega Mario Kart 7 hanging in there, finding those miracle opportunities here. And here we are, game 5 in the end. All right, here we are. Game number 5. I know, Cilantro, you are not very happy about the fact we got a game number 5 because you want to go to sleep. And I'm sure that many people want to go to sleep, but we can't go to sleep because of this series right here. Because not only is this a long series, it's an exciting as hell series. Now, Doga going to be picking up the blue side. Now, blue side has had a 100% win rate throughout the course of this series. Jinx in high contention, Talia high contention. So right now, with the Varus off the table, likely going to be Tristana to end things. You know, you're not going to let King Coney get that Fiora. You're not going to let the Renekton go through. It's just going to be continued picks denied that are the comfort picks that are taken away. So because of that, you know, Jinx is going to be not going to be on the table. Okay, immediate ban of the Jinx, which means that Doga are probably going to take the Talia, and then Omega Mario Kart 7 are probably going to take the Azir, right? It's honestly, all right, so call me a prophet. We got the Talia on blue side 1. That's the easiest one, though. So I'm guessing we're getting Azir, or we're going, yeah, okay, there's the Azir, and now I'm lost. I mean, I don't know. At this point, I think you just take like Nautilus. Oh, Sivir.
I was gonna say, you know, maybe opt for something like the Volibear, get a really strong jungler going. But you know, they're just gonna opt for the safe. Oh, that's not banned. So we finally see Kiona Tristana, something that's been banned for 4 maps in a row, and it is now map 5. The champ is coming out. I swear to God, if you lose after this champ it's been taken from you for so long, I will not let you live it down. But Kiona finally on the champ that's been taken away from them, and it will be New North wrapping it up with a Rel pick, and obviously have to counter pick that, or well, you have to counter pick but not counter pick that with a not you could tell I am sleeping because I almost called Alistar Azir.
Now, one thing I have to note here, right? So, Rel as a pick, very, very good pick, right? In her current state, still can be flexed into the jungle. And if you see an Alistar as a Rel player, honestly, I think you just go straight to the jungle. Alistar makes Rel's life a living hell. She cannot get that crash down against an Alistar who has, you know, their wits about them, right? You know, you always have to be worried about the headbutt, about the pulverize. So many ways to deny the Rel CC. The only thing you really got is that shattering strike. And, you know, in the meantime, the Sivir is a phenomenal pick with the Tristana in mind, right? That explosive charge always ends up getting shielded by the Sivir spell shield, and you know that's a huge amount of damage taken away, and it's going to be the Gwen, likely going to be jungle, or maybe the last game was a conditioning point and it's going to be Gwen top. Who knows? You have the top lane counter pick. You have so much flexibility with this draft. The only thing that you do know is that the Sivir Alistar is a hell of a lane to deal with. So whether the Tristana Rel can do it, they shouldn't be able to do it 2v2, I'll tell you that. They're going to need to bring over the jungler, and oh baby, Timothy's Viego in game 5.
They're throwing the Rel support, and this Viego is going to be a massive pick, because if you kill the Alistar, you pick up the Alistar, and that's going to be a great tool to have in your back pocket, as well as an Aatrox. That's also going to be something that you definitely want to be taking the clones from. But yeah, this is looking like a very much banger of a game number 5. It'll be Rocket rounding out the top side against the Aatrox. I believe this was the same matchup as game number 2, where the Aatrox did end up coming out on top later on into the game, and Rocket did not have a great performance on the Jax in game 2. So they could be looking for a little bit of a redeemer. Yes, their Camille was banned. I mean, with the game on the line, no matter what, somebody wins this, they're not going to let
I'm so
Camille
glad
go
she's
through.
banned.
I mean, I'm not, because I want Doga to win. But, I mean, blue side has a 100% win rate, so we don't even need to watch the game, because blue side has won every game, so Doga wins the series. There we go. Send out the prize pool.
Maybe, but usually teams with a gold lead also win, and that did not happen for Dorado in the last one, or Omega Mario Kart 7 in the one before that. So, it's just a constant cycle of miracles here. So, I'm so excited to see the Camille banned out because it means that Omega Mario Kart 7 actually decided to do a little bit of adaptation, right? Take out the Camille, take out the Graves, these huge picks that have done so much work for them. So now, with everything on the line, should be absolutely a banger in this game 5 as far as I'm concerned, right? So these team compositions honestly work fine into one another. The biggest point of contention is this bot lane. Can this Tristana that got banned out for 4 games straight make those plays into a rough as hell counter-picked bot lane?
For sure, but who knows? We will be getting out onto the Rift here shortly. It's definitely going to be a struggle for this bot lane over the side of Dorado to get online, because that Alistar basically can counter both those two champs' is engaged power. And Sivir's just going to sit back and do Sivir things. Sivir is basically a win con once they hit full, well, I mean, everything's a win con when they hit full build, but Sivir, hitting 6 items is very powerful and to their own accords, whereas the Tristana may fall off a little bit later on into the game, as other things will get tankier.
I mean, Tristana as a champion never really falls off per se. It's just some of her craziest sort of plays come from getting an early lead and then just running away with it, right? So for now, the question is, how well can Kiona get to this point? Oh my god, we are getting shenanigans.
Game on the line. We love
Riot, don't do this to us. Okay, there we go.
There we go. They're gonna be able to spot out support.
The ghost?
Oh, whoa, okay.
Okay, I mean, nerves kind of setting in a little bit here, but honestly, I don't hate that. You got to play respectfully, right? Can you imagine if there was the flash W, crash down, whatever, for the side of Dorado there? I mean, that would have essentially been an early death for the Sivir, and you absolutely do not want to fall behind here. So, we were saying earlier as to whether or not Tristana will fall off later. Now, the one champion that will not fall off, no matter what anyone does, is this Sivir. So Sivir, one of the few champions in the game, said to have a 6-item power spike because she is just a farmer. There's nothing else that this champion really does. She just very clearly wants to farm. She wants to team fight every now and then with her ulti. But as far as her own effectiveness goes, until she gets a hold of as much gold as physically possible, she is always going to do an okay amount.
I agree. I play a lot of Sivir, and you really start to come online 20 minutes into the game, where most of the team fighting is occurring around objectives and whatnot. You want to sit in the back behind your team, and with an Alistar, Aatrox front line, you're 100% okay with sitting behind those two and just letting those autos ricochet off the enemy team that also will be stacking on top of each other. Well, this comp, probably not as much. A little bit of off angles from Rocket. Blue Shield is going to be coming in with a Reaver's Wall. Might have some flank angle. And, Jimothy is just going to be in there like swimwear, getting those resets on the line. But that's basically what you want to do as Sivir. It's going to fall behind in CS. I may be expecting a Cole here on first back. It's possible. It's not entirely a lane where you can sit and farm for free without fear of dying. Because there's engage on the other side with Tristana Rel. But because you do have the Alistar that can basically counter both of them engaging at the same time, it is possible to sit back and farm without ever doing anything. So we will probably see the Cole coming out, and that will also help out in evening out the gold in this bot side, because as we know, Tristana just makes waves go bye-bye no matter what. That's what her passive does. So she'll inevitably have a little bit of a CS lead.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to see how things do work out, because I mean, the Tristana Rel, very, very good combo here, but usually, right, if you're going to pick Rel early on, the point of it is, hey, you know, if we see a bad matchup, we can flex. And Rel jungle is still very, very strong right now. You know, it hasn't gotten to the point where Riot's just like, hey, you know, get rid of this champion. Not yet. Not yet. But as far as this one goes, this is one of the worst possible bot matchups for the Tristana Rel here, right? I mean, the Sivir is her entire job is just to deny any sort of real huge damage that's going in. Alistar just incredible at denying the Rel engage. This is so difficult. You're going to have to drag Jimothy into this bot lane, but if you can get that Tristana Rel ahead, then it's so huge because, you know, if you got one reset champion whose entire thing is about dumping damage onto one champion, and you got another reset champion whose entire thing is about making one champion's death into four more, then you've got a pretty decent team fighting idea on your hands here. Just a question as to whether or not Jimothy and Kiona can get going.
I have to agree. One thing I don't entirely agree with is I've noticed that Rocket has kind of backed and went for Cole pretty early on after getting a Treater recall. I think it's okay, but I definitely don't think that you're safe farming in this matchup against the Aatrox. As you can see, you are already basically dead here if he turns around and decides to fight you because he has more lifesteal than you, so he will kill you. And Jimothy is going to go ahead and start up these Void Grubs, expecting there to be response from Coney jungle, and has recognized that and is actually going to be able to get out, but gets away with at least one. So denies the early 3-stack. I like this.
So I like this a lot. So one of the big things here is that not only do you take that one Void Grub, because that one Void Grub is the only one that will count for your jungle item, right? I mean, one Void Grub takes 2 stacks away on your jungle item. You should be fine. And by doing that, you deny the 6 Void Grubs, and you don't mess with the tempo on your jungle item, and you still have the ability to push for Dragon. And with your bot lane in this position here, Jimothy has showcases a phenomenal amount of knowledge with that jungle pathing here. So I really, really like this decision. So one of the other things I also want to mention with Rocket's choice of Cole. So Cole in the 1v1, pretty bad, right? I mean, unless you're Irelia, you usually do not want to pick up Cole here. Now, what Rocket does know is that...
Rocket does not know. Rocket is not aware at all whatsoever. They're forced to burn out that flash, but because jungle Coney is in the top side, the dragon will be picked up for free. That's a great rock slide stun up onto mid Coney. That's great damage. Blue Shell potentially having a bit of a kill angle. Jimothy's going to be rotating in. It's going to get spotted out on the ward though, so that's going to be mid Coney's cue to be able to back off safely towards the tower. But yeah, no, Rocket was not a knower there and almost was punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I was about to say, Rocket picking up this Cole is a good sign because it shows you that he knows his jungler is not going to be helping him. There is not much that's going to be going on this top lane from his point of view, right? He's just going to sit there, soak up waves, continue to try to scale, and that's what the point of the Cole is. And then the moment that Jimothy is on the dragon, Rocket walks up for a big trade, says, hey, you know, maybe I could get a kill here, but that's exactly what you're not trying to do. You're not trying to let anything happen. You're not trying to take any sort of risk, especially when you know your jungler's on the opposite side of the map. So, I mean, it's a good decision here from Rocket, but, you know, one lapse in judgment can snowball so unbelievably hard. So you have to be super careful, especially in Game 5, but that's when all that decision fatigue starts to set in.
I agree with you there. And we might see some of that decision fatigue in a second here, as Jungle Coney is currently taking away the bot side or the top side camps from Jimothy and maybe roaming up for this 2v1. The World Ender is not online. The Grandmaster at Arms comes down. He jumps forward. Rocket trying to get a kill off. He gets first blood. Does get traded out though. So 450 gold is a little bit more than 300 that Jungle Coney was able to pick up there, but does not really have that CS lead in the lane. So this wave's going to end up shoving out. And yeah, your jungler's on the other side of the map. Not going to be able to stop this. This is moderately bad for you that you died there, Rocket, but I mean, okay, I guess, but
I mean,
it's
the
mid.
the big thing about that kill there is that yes, you do get the kill against the Aatrox, but because the kill goes over to Gwen, because Omega Mario Kart 7 are playing with the power of friendship here, the wave gets fully shoved in, you lose a full 6 minions, and the wave is now pushing out. Now Jimothy needs to come into this top lane in order to make sure that this doesn't turn into a freeze. Rocket's wave state is in a lot of trouble here. So right now, it's a question as to what it is that Omega Mario Kart 7 do with this information. All right, big wave stacked up here. So maybe King Coney doesn't end up getting a freeze opportunity, but beautiful stuff from Rocket to deny that worst case scenario.
Agree with you there. Already procs the World Ender. This is big. He's going to flash the cat emote too. Rocket getting the ultimate out of mid top side Coney. Like you mentioned, the decision making, it's not really there. The World Ender is not there either. Maybe able to trade out one onto Rocket. The turret shots are going to be traded perfectly though. This top laner is going to be able to get out with their life. New North there, realistically wanted to roam up to be able to find an angle to clean up the Void Grubs and help his jungler, but they were able to get a kill in the meantime too. So what? That's 2 objectives basically for 1 roam there. You take that as a support.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with New North roaming up there, the big thing is Alistar versus the Tristana cannot do much. If this was Alistar versus Sivir, that would be particularly disgusting, right? Because Alistar combo automatically beats out Sivir's spell shield, but Tristana can always rocket jump away. No matter how much CC you pump into that champion, she is always going to be able to buffer that one. And a player like Kiona, a player whose Tristana was contested so heavily in that draft, is definitely going to be ready and aware to do so. But the fully completed static Shiv for King Coney means that there's so much wave clear and so much difficulty in dealing with that, as Blue Shell and King Coney just going to continue to trade blow for blow in that mid lane. A decent amount of plate gold going over to the Azir is a good thing to see from Mega Mario Kart 7 though.
Yeah, and this is looking like a different story than the last time we saw this. Rocket Jax versus the Aatrox out of top Coney. And it's looking pretty good for Rocket. Gotta say, he's probably learned from his mistakes in game number 2 where this last was seen. Meanwhile, it will be Dorado moving in to take the second dragon of the game. They have the positioning, although the Tristana did back. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, or maybe they're feeling like they don't want to go for the dragon fully just yet. Tristana will potentially be back in time by the time that they go for this dragon, though. So Sivir has to respond to the wave, but has the static shiv online, so that wave is not going to be much long for this world, as mid Coney is looking for a full engage. Jimothy's going to be able to come in. Can he land the stun? It does come down, but the Empress Divide is there. The flash forward of the Empowered Rock. It will be Blue Shell finding first blood in the mid lane there, first blood in the mid lane there. And even though that Baron Nashor is not going to be able to help you out too much. And there we see the power of Aatrox. When you think you're beating him, you're essentially not, because he presses Q 1 time and is full HP, because that's what Aatrox does for some goddamn reason. But yeah, this would be second dragon picked up for this side of Dorado. And there we see, like I said, the power of the World Ender. 1 Q, you think you're winning, you're essentially really just not winning, because, well, it's Aatrox.
Welcome to the jungle, and by jungle I mean top lane, because these 2 players are just absolutely slugging blows again and again. It's like there's no rules barred whatsoever, just continually fighting it out here as Jimothy looking for a dive opportunity here, but it is so unbelievably hard to dive into Sivir. She just has so much wave clear, especially with the static shiv here. So right now, what I will have to say is I'm so happy that Dorado are playing this as controlled as they are, right? I mean, we saw the dragon up earlier, we saw the opportunities for that, but instead they said, you know what? Our AD carry is sitting on a ton of gold. Let's wait until they get that back off, get that full-on item for the scaling here. And Rocket is just not having a good time.
Nope. Rocket is getting punished in the top side. Yeah, that'll be top side or Jungle Coney coming in with the Ghost and the Needlework to be able to clean up that one. Didn't even need World Ender. TP'd in, gets punished, and I mean we've seen time and time again this top side, the weak side of Dorado, and teams have scaled into punishing this top laner and scaled into and used that as an advantage in a lane to win games against this Dorado team. And now at some point, Jimothy's gonna have to come up there and stop the bleeding. Like it's not even like, maybe you know Rocket can hold their own. I think Jimothy has to go up there and stop the bleeding because Jungle Coney's gonna keep coming. Jungle Coney is gonna keep coming topside.
I think that the biggest thing here isn't that Jimothy has to come in order to deal with this Aatrox. It's the fact that it's the Gwen that you really have to stop in the 2v2, because once the Jax does hit level 11, then he starts to be able to hold his own into Aatrox. Yes, you are down a kill. Yes, you are down a decent chunk of gold, but it's still Jax, right? He still scales so unbelievably hard. It's about getting to the points where you can actually duke these ones out, though. So as long as you can dodge out on that Sundering Sky proc, you should be fine in terms of these trades. But I don't know, until Rocket hits level 11, you're gonna have to start dragging the people up.
Yes, this is exactly
Who said
what
top
we
lane
need.
was an island? Oh my god, this island looking like Hawaii with all the partying we got over here.
Jungle Coney is going to be there, though, to be able to come in for a little bit of support if possible. They're going to be able to land those Infernal Chains, and the World Ender comes out, but it's not nearly enough. Pops need to work for a little bit, trying to get there in time. He used the range, almost burns down Jimothy, but is unable to come up with that there. Oh, they flash onto Kiona. Can they be able to find the pick?
What a buster shot!
Oh, yeah, what an ultimate coming out there. The Ghost, they're still going to continue to try and run down this 80 carry. The Ghost should be able to break out soon. The flash forward for an ADC Coney, though. Able to find that solo, or, well, technically not solo bow, but able to find that bush show.
Far from
Being in the Weaver's Wall. Oh, no. ADC Coney, you have nowhere left to go. Jimothy is going to be able to come in and help find you. It's great Emperor's Defy for the meantime, though, so helping that 80 carry be able to live out. And actually does get away with their life.
Yeah, and the Unbreakable on top of that. All members of Omega Mario Kart 7 waltzing on out of that. I cannot believe it. That started off as one extended punish onto Kiona, and the fact that everyone gets on out is crazy. Dragon coming up in a minute here, and they will not have these crucial ultimates up for that, but a little bit of gold can go a long way.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And that little bit of gold, some of the gold is going to be going on to the Sivir, help her get those items on just a little bit faster. Meanwhile, we have 30 seconds before the third dragon of the game will be spawning up, and it will be a Mountain Soul. Something this Rel can 100% benefit from, but so can the Alistar on the other side. And Alistar with an ultimate is already almost impossible to kill sometimes. So that's a dragon. You don't want to be giving any of those over to the side of Mario Kart 7 if you want to potentially snowball into this game. Oh, they're looking for an angle on to support Coney, who just still holds their ground a little bit, does not face check those bushes. Meanwhile, they might be getting cut off as Jungle Coney looking to find an angle onto Blue Shell, but they'll have to respond to this Reptile getting dropped into the bot side as that tower's going to end up falling. The reinforcements are coming in for the side of Mario Kart 7, but now the reinforcements have to retreat because now Dorado has turned their sights towards this dragon and towards those members that are into the jungle. The Ghost was already procced out of Jungle Coney there. The dragon is already down to about 6, almost 5k. It's going to be a TP coming out from the Aatrox from base. Cannot stop this one, but the Weaver's Wall will keep them from being able to have these numbers in this fight. The dragon already down to 4k HP. And Jimothy, you've got to get in there, find a smite steal if possible. Gwen goes immune, you know what's in there, but they get the dragon anyway, no matter what. The World Ender's going to be coming down, and Jimothy is forced to go for a retreat. And Magnus Storm out of New York is going to kill 2 members in his Kiona with a great buster shot. It's a double kill for this Azir. We saw what this Azir did in the game previously, and now it's getting online once again. It's starting to get scary for Dorado Gaming.
I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, Dorado had such a good setup, right? I mean, the Weaver's Wall just cut off a few of the crucial carries from the side of Omega Mario Kart 7, but all of a sudden, you know, Dorado just backs off of the dragon, just decides, hey, you know what, it's a 3v5 here, but let's not take the fight. Like, let's just play it a little bit more controlled here. But at that point, it's a matter of pulling the trigger, and they're just too scared to take it, and it does not pay off in the end here. And now, I mean, Omega Mario Kart 7 have a huge, huge power spike here. 2 fully completed items on 3 out of their 4 carries. I don't know how Dorado is going to look to come back here. They need a miracle team fight, but that's been the name of the game. Miracle team fight after miracle team fight. We've seen this for the last 4 games. Why would it be any different in a 5th?
They're gonna go for some sort of engage onto the Moo Cow, but obviously he's just gonna be able to cleanse that up and be able to get out in time. I mean, trying to engage onto an Alistar is like trying to punch down a brick wall at this point into the game, and is only gonna end up getting worse the more time goes on. Angle's back into this game. Gotta get this Tristana online somehow. She got behind against the Sivir, which is definitely something you don't want to be doing, but it happened, and now you have to deal with those consequences and get this ADC online quicker rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Baron now on the table. You got to be so unbelievably aware of how to deal with this, as Blue Shell just going to get hopped right on. I mean, King Coney just going to be doing just fine on this Aatrox, as Jax is nowhere to be seen, you know, all the way in that bot lane.
Yeah. That's probably the safest place for him right now, because he's not been having a great game.
Not necessarily the greatest of games here. I mean, Jax is one of those scaling champions. You have to get a lot of gold into him. But at the same time, the same thing could be said of Sivir. But Sivir's a lot easier to navigate around those team fights early on, right? I mean, everyone loves the hunt. Sivir Ultimate is just such a good skill. Meanwhile, Jax still needs quite a bit of gold in order to be relevant. Just a pretty dedicated split pusher for a large amount of this game here. Right now, we'll have to see what exactly it is that Kiona does in order to come back into this, because this Tristana was such a huge focal point of the last 4 drafts. The fact that Omega Mario Kart 7 are this prepared for it in Game 5 is almost unprecedented, with how quickly they've been banning it each time.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar was probably just going in that back pocket. They were waiting to pull it out for well, probably not waiting to pull it out for Game 5, but they were waiting to pull it out when they gave the go-ahead for this Tristana to come out online. I mean, it was almost instantaneous in the draft. It was like they didn't even take a second to hesitate. So, like you said, they probably had the angles that they wanted to play for. And, I mean, this Azir's coming online and is showcasing as basically at the perfect time. I mean, last game, they went absolutely crazy on the Azir. I'm surprised that after that performance, it made it to this game in the draft. But it is coming online once again this game, and it's only going to get worse, honestly.
I mean, there's just too much to worry about, right? I mean, this is Omega Mario Kart 7 we're talking about. You got to get rid of the Rengar. You got to get rid of the Fiora. Have you seen just how unbelievably powerful some of these picks are? Like, regardless of what team you are, there's so many things you have to remove, right?
Yeah.
This Tristana was one of the ones that, for a long time, teams have just been taking it away at all possible points here. The Jinx also getting taken off the table. Like, there's just so much to worry about. That's the beauty of a Game 5, right? Not only do you know exactly what the enemy team is capable of, you're also fully aware of what your team can make work here. So now these 2 Titans are just going toe to toe, trying to make something happen. Dragon just barely getting started up here.
Round 2 of Dragon number 3 for Dorado. Are they going to go ahead and decide to give this one up? I don't see Jimothy in the area. He's just going to be cleaning up those chickens and moving towards the top side. Maybe they want to go for a little bit. I mean, it's too late by now. If you wanted to go for some sort of Baron play, you had to have made that call 4 hours prior.
Yeah.
So,
but it's tough, right? So Dorado have a team composition that's based around resets, based around getting these kills. And of course, to their luck, they're making something happen. Hold on.
That's a great Weaver's Wall into the Magnet Storm, knock up the world, and it comes out of King Coney topside, and the Alistar ultimate will be falling soon. It's a great Emperor's Divide, but he does get stunned up and forced to retreat. They need to work maybe a little bit late to the commitment here. Jimothy is forced to run away. The Ghost is going to be able to run down that jungler, but it does not matter because Kiona is able to pop off only 3 members left standing with little to no health bars. It was a great angle from Blue Shell with that Weaver's Wall. Rocket finding, I guess he's just being a little bit of distraction, keeping them off of this mid lane turret so that Tristana can clean it up. The Infernal Chains are going to be able to find New North. It's a great knock-up stun into the Rock Slide knock-up. King Coney is trying to go back in. It's going to get flashed away. It's Blue Shell, the only one really with the damage here. Kiona has the damage, but does not really have the range that the Rocks do. And oh no, it's a TP. They might be able to find the Alistar, but Stampede comes down to be able to knock that one away. Rocket may be able to catch out this Moo Cow. They may be able to get 2 for their troubles, but they need to not overextend here. Headbutt's going to send that Jack's flying away. The HP bars just aren't there, and they're overextended for these kills, and they're able to find New North. The Alistar should be at least traded out here 1-for-1. Give this one over to I would have given that one over to Kiona, but Rocket is able to clean up that one, and that was the fight you needed it to stay, to basically not win, but stay in this game, Dorado.
That's not one of those game-winning plays, but that's one of those game-saving plays. I was just about to talk about how Dorado need a kill. They need a reset, but just to their luck, right, it's a Mountain Soul, and Omega Mario Kart 7 taking up 2 of those Mountain Drags makes it so unbelievably hard for them to die, for them to get reset on. I mean, these team compositions alone already don't lend themselves to getting instantly bursted, but the fact that the dragon on top of it makes it even harder is a rough position to be in as Dorado. But as you can see, they are far from giving up. They are still trying to make something happen. They're starting up the Baron. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're going for a little bit of a flip here, which is interesting because Mid-Coney can hit this one over the wall with the Shadow Clones, and it will be Alistar leading up the charge. The Rock knockup is going to end up going wide, and now it's just a free Baron take for Mario Kart 7. They're just going to walk in and say thank you, please. Jimothy is just going to get headbutted away, but they're able to slay it up to the Azir. It will be Alistar Coney tanking up this one, but will fall. So far, it's a 2-for-0 trade. It's Rocket running down King Coney. They finds the Azir. It's a double stun knockup. Kiona pumping in damage left, right, and center, uncontested. It's a full team wipe for the side of Dorado Gaming. They did lose out onto the Baron, but they got 5 kills. There were some shutdowns here and there within that as well. Kiona stayed alive, got a good majority of those kills. We see Rocket is now 4-4 after being 1-4. And this Talia is starting to shine in the limelight once again. And this is the Dorado Gaming comeback. The game is not over, but it is looking very much so.
Miracle team fight after miracle team fight. We've said this so many times that the team that's ahead always seems to end up losing in this series. In the end, Dorado end up putting out the greatest bait on the planet. It is the purple worm, which does go through. Omega Mario Kart 7 take a big bite out of that one, and it does not turn out well. They fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Kiona just constantly untouched, just able to get so many autos off. Now the Bloodthirster online for the Justana as well. There's barely any armor on any of Omega Mario Kart 7. This Trist will be such a menace, and once you get a Trist on board, Viego is right behind her. You're gonna get so much in terms of the
Rocket, I swear
resets,
to God, Rocket.
But it was so good. Rocket's computer died. Like, oh my god. Oh man. So, Cilantro, this has been a series, right? I mean, this has been absolutely incredible. The fact that Kiona's Tristana only has 2 kills honestly surprises me, considering just how much damage it's been able to put out in these fights.
Okay, we're back.
We are back.
So you were talking about Kiona. Only 2 kills. You know what? I'm okay with that because Kiona went that entire fight in the Baron without dying. Whereas the ADC Coney was the second member to fall. So that was the fight difference there. Believe it or not, that entire aspect was the fight difference. That Kiona stayed alive for the entire fight, meaning they could put out as much damage as physically possible and help their team win the fight, while ADC Coney was watching it happen. That's what essentially is the key factor of that fight, and what's going to be a key factor going forward here. I was just see Rocket looking for some sort of engage is going to proc the Gwen immune early on, which is a great lead up going into the Dragon. And, you know, you were saying there's not much armor on the other side of Mario Kart 7. You need to not let them kill this Dragon. Or kill any other Mountain Dragons. Because 4 Mountain Dragons with a Alistar on your team...
That's a little too much.
That's definitely a little too much, as we're going to have a potential engage here. The Rock Slide's already been used out of Blue Shell, though, so maybe waiting for that crucial cooldown to come back online. Right now, they just want to save their mid tower as much as possible, picking up that bot side wave. Somebody's got to go ahead and respond to that. The BT has been responded, though, on the other side of the Sivir. I mean, it's not a bad choice of third item here, but, I mean, I mean, personally, I probably would have went for the Phantom Dancer, and went for the BT later on if needed. But the main thing I'm looking at is Gwen and Azir that will soon have that item online.
Yeah, I mean, either way, so much survivability from the Bloodthirster, and on top of that, a billion AD. Right, going to be able to be picked up here. We've already got so much attack speed from Sivir W, from Tristana Q, so should be doing fine for now here. But right now, the question is, how long can you hold on to these objectives? There's so many Void Grubs on the side of Dorado Gaming Alpha that you have to be a little bit concerned that, oh my lord, what a play.
Rocket is still alive, though. The Grandmaster at Arms comes out. The Needlework and the Mukau Ultimate were committed, as well as Sivir and World Ender. They're committing so much, Mario Kart, to kill Rocket. They committed everything to kill Rocket. Literally everything.
Yeah, I mean, well, almost everything. We still got the flash on the Azir here, which honestly is a huge, huge thing, right? So all 5 of the ultimates on the side of Mega Mario Kart 7 have been thrown into the hat, and all 5 of those ultimates will be up right before Baron. So this is a very, very huge tempo play for the side of this Mario Kart team here. It's going to be looking to pick up as much in terms of resources as they can until that Baron happens. But for now, just going to look to use those spoils here. I'm thinking that King Coney on the Sivir is likely going to be picking up that Phantom Dance that you're talking about earlier, but I mean, at the very least for now, it's just going to be farm on farm on farm, still looking for that 6-item power spike on the Sivir.
Yeah, well, that's soon going to be coming for the Tristana as well, and the Talia, who is extremely, well, not extremely close, but is going to be building that last item here very, very shortly. The Baron is going to be up in 45 seconds. And I mean, this Talia is 100% your win con. I mean, obviously Kiona and the Tristana is your win con, but Talia is arguably one of your strongest members on this team at the moment. And the way they play this next fight is going to be critical because, I mean, you already know Mid-Coney is going in and hitting an Emperor's Divide no matter what. And it's two Rabadon's death caps. Count them. 1, 2 on the side. So that needlework is going to start deleting health bars. So you've got to come up big this fight, Dorado, if you want to take home this championship.
Yeah, both of these teams just continually vying for that final win, looking for that Game 5 completion here as Blue Shell could be in trouble.
Oh, it's going to be TP, and the stun does come out, but he doesn't rock slide knock up away the Gwen. Gwen goes immune, commits the needlework. It was ADC Coney who popped that ultimate as well to keep the team running down. And I mean, you don't even need Void. Well, they have the Void. They don't need Void Grubs when you have a Gwen on your team that can just essentially 2-tap turrets, because that's a balanced champion right there. And yeah.
Yeah, but now you can play for the ultimate trade. Do you give up the Mountain Soul for the Purple Worm, or do you pick up a third Mountain Drag as Omega Mario Kart 7 just threatening that soul here and potentially give up the Baron? There's so much damage on both teams. You have to be so careful. But for now, you just try to breathe a little bit, say like, hey, you know what? Blue Shell with the phase rush, able to survive on that one engage was so important here. And it seems like everyone's moving over to the Baron, but no commitment just yet.
I feel like at this point, I mean,
Dragon 10.
You can give up the dragon if you are. Oh, they're just gonna run it down the mid lane. Oh, they've recognized that the Baron's already been spotted, though. They're losing out on time, though. The Baron's getting absolutely shredded. Actually, you know what? It's dead. You're not stopping this Baron take. It's essentially gone. You took too long to make a decision, Dorado, and it might be your ticket home, as it will be Rocket finding an angle onto this Azir, but is unable to come up with the kill to be able to get the reset, though. But will it be enough? No, the World Ender and Silver Ultimate are keeping this team of Mario Kart 7 going. And I don't know, I think that was their ticket home. They didn't make a decision between the Jungle Baron or the Dragon, and they paid for it with their lives. They paid for it with the objective, and it's looking like they're gonna pay for it with the Nexus. Baron cannon minions are coming down. No respawns for 15 seconds at minimum. And it will be Mario Kart 7 that will be taking this game in a 4.5 hour nearly series. Finally, Mario Kart 7 come up with the championship against Dorado.
And just like that, Cilantro, who's the king of the jungle? Who is the king of Immortal? It is King Coney across all 5 roles. Omega Mario Kart 7 going to take it in a Game 5 banger in the very end. Nearly had a perfect season. Well, had a perfect season, nearly had a perfect playoffs, but getting taken to the brink by Dorado Gaming. You've heard of the road to El Dorado. Well, I don't know if you've heard of Rainbow Road, but Omega Mario Kart 7 are here to show it to you, taking it straight to the top.
Congratulations to Mario Kart 7. I mean, I wasn't entirely wrong. Dorado put up a fight, and they were looking like, you know, it really just came down to decision making there at the end.
Yeah.
And that's what it ended up being. So congratulations to Mario Kart 7. Immortal League champions.
So Mega Mario Kart 7 to you.
I did say Mega, didn't I? I don't know. I'm too tired. My camera battery has died. I'm about to die. So any last words?
I mean, I'm not sure if we're doing an interview at this point, but for now,
that's a Chris problem. Chris can do it by himself.
For now, the biggest question here is, you know, what in the world do we expect? The answer was a good time, and that's what we did get. I'm so happy to have been able to cast it this entire season with you, Cilantro. Thanks so much to Chris Sunga on production, you know, Titan Esports for making it all happen, and, you know, Pro Comps for helping us out, you know, helping the teams out, right? Throughout this season, helping everyone make sure it's like, hey, this is the kind of draft that we want to do. This is something that would work for our team, et cetera, et cetera. Just, they've been giving us a lot of help. So, you know, make sure to show them some love as well. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Whether or not we get an interview, that's a question I don't quite have the answer to just yet. So, yeah, stick around. If we get the interview, we get the interview. If we don't, thanks for tuning in. All right. Hello, hello. Welcome back. So we do have our interview with Omega Mario Kart 7, also known as the team of King Conies. Hello, y'all. How are you feeling after that Game 5 banger?
I just feel relieved, man.
Yeah, feel relieved. We actually lost in AML a Game 5 series on Tuesday for Aegis, so it was definitely good to get one. Felt good for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been in that situation myself before, so I know the feeling. But so coming into this series, did you anticipate it to be an easier match, or did you think like, oh well, we've run through the entire season, haven't dropped a game, we're gonna kill this one just fine, or did you think, oh yeah, no, this one's gonna be tough, right?
I'll talk first. At least, yeah. And then I think earlier this week, I think we were really like, hot, and then I think after the loss Tuesday, we were not playing like ourselves, and I think honestly it kind of showed today too. I think if we're on our game, we 3-0, but that's just me being confident. So, I mean, we definitely expected to stomp these guys. I think we were just not playing great, but then I think sometimes you gotta lose, you get punched in the mouth, you gotta just come right back, and swing back.
Hmm.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on. We've been super disconnected this week. Like, just overall decision making and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of decision making, so Tristana was a pick that was banned throughout the entirety of the series, and Game 5, y'all left it open. What changed?
Andy, you can talk about that.
We went into this series with the mindset that Tristana, Jinx, and what was it, Twisted Fate were basically like cannot let them have it. Towards the end of the series, we figured that we just need to let up on the Tristana to like make room for like who was it? Camille? Can't remember.
No, I think it was James.
For Varus, yeah.
Varus,
James
yeah.
and Varus on the red side, yeah.
Yeah. So we thought Tristana
And
was
then we
like
also
the lesser of two
we saw them
evils.
pick Talia like every game. I don't know. It was Trist mid that we were worried about with the Karthus jungle, which is like the only AD pick mid. It wasn't their AD. It was like their mid laner picking Trist that we were more worried about.
All right, definitely makes sense. So, as far as this series goes, not just the series, but the entirety of the season, how do y'all feel about how it ended up going?
Definitely would have been nice to go undefeated.
Yeah, that would've been crazy.
But we did drop 2 games today. So
We
was
did have a perfect
pretty
game
shaky.
though.
we did have a perfect
We
game
did.
too. Was a perfect game. We
Yeah.
were 11-0. Maybe I don't know if perfect game is the right word because
Not technically
remember.
perfect game. You did
'Cause
drop
we
a
had-
tower.
Yeah, we lost
yeah,
the
we dropped the
tower,
turret, but
Yeah, we
that was
did.
definitely a really
KDA
awesome
was-
game to respond with.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it felt really good to win like that after losing game 1.
Is there anything in particular y'all wanted to say about, the series, other team, questions, comments, concerns, death threats? Please no death threats, actually. But,
Oh, never mind.
anything fun, like a little bit of trash talk here and there, or just is it pure appreciation for the games that you played? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought the millionaire was really good. I just want to say that for the most part, I think he was better than me this whole series. I think this Talia pick, I can't play into this pick. It's just, he was a monster on it. He destroyed me early, played the map well, played like mid-late fights pretty well too. So just want to say that.
I don't know.
Andy or
Yeah,
Kiwi,
it
you
was
got
fun.
anything, bro?
It was fun, yeah, I don't know. I enjoy just playing. I don't really trash talk all that much. Maybe sometimes, but not usually. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know. I really don't even play League that much anymore. I got asked to join. I wasn't even supposed to play any leagues this like split, and then like West asked me to join the Mario Kart, and I was like, sure.
Well, we gotta win.
I'm really
me-
proud of it.
I also had to ask, so why King Coney?
Well, that's my name, right? That's been my name. I've played in other leagues, and I think our mid and jungle, we're going to name change to a friend of ours, Fansix, as a joke. Sorry, and he's not even on the team.
Yeah,
It's a joke to
personally,
him. And then I don't know what happened between you and Lonry, but one day, sorry, Lonry is our jungler, Jungle Coney, he just randomly messaged me one day, and he's like, "Hey, would you care if we changed our name to King Coney?" And I was like, I thought it would be funny, but I thought he was kind of joking. I'm not gonna lie. And he just him and Andy just changed, and then our bot
forced
lane,
me-
we gotta
they
force our
forced
bot
me
lane
to
to
do
change
it.
after because it was just too funny not to
They
happen.
forced me.
yeah, personally,
I
I
don't ever
just
I don't ever
oh,
change
yeah.
my name.
I really appreciate the solo queue anonymity because like I can go 1 in 10, right? But Like it's not my fault. It's Coney's fault for
Yeah.
going 1-10 and
It
he's
falls
supposed
on
to.
me.
But
Yeah.
they say in chat, don't you play top lane, Coney? And I
You
said,
have to
"Nah."
understand,
Yeah.
it actually happens so often where like randomly, like actually the dog jungle, Timothy, I think one day he added me randomly in the Discord and I was at work and he's like, "You're welcome for the carry," and I'm just
Oh
like,
yeah, I
"What the
remember
hell?"
that. Yeah,
Wasn't even
he
in
was.
that game. I'm like sitting here at work and I'm just like, "What the hell?" I
Yeah.
didn't play Azir, and then it hit me. I
He was in my
laughing.
game. I was beating my ass up, but he dropped like a 24-0 bomb on the game and just carried my ass. I felt so
Added
good.
me, and then I don't know. It's funny though. But hey, you know what? I
Yeah,
want
it's
to
kinda
say
funny.
something to Dorado. They played a hell of a series. You know, I think even though we were not on our point, however, I do think it was incredibly cringe and not right of them because they were like making fun of us for losing on Tuesday, and it's like, man, you didn't even do it. Don't even trash talk if you didn't beat us. So definitely felt really good to beat them because we were by far the better team. I think even as we saw, we're playing not even great, then we still win. It's not even close. So
Yeah, I mean, those are great words to end off on. And congratulations, y'all. And thanks so much for competing in the league. It's great to see y'all take it in the end. But, you know, thanks everyone in Immortal as well for making this happen. So I think we'll be signing off
Thank
here.
you.
Thanks everyone for
Yep.
tuning in.
Thanks for having
thanks,
us.
guys. Thank you so much.
See ya. Bye
Yep.
bye.
Have a good one. Bye.
I love West.
Me too.